May I proceed, Honourable Chair? Thank you. Thank you. General, just for purposes of clarification, I'm referring to these WhatsApp messages on page 20 of the core bundle, which is the affidavit of Kuneni in the search and seizure application. The WhatsApps are extracted or retrieved from Matlala's device, but the messages are from Mogotsi. Did you understand it also in that way?
I do, Chair.
Okay. So it's Mogotsi who writes and disappears from Matlala's device. I have arranged a meeting for Sibiya and the minister. They must have a solution. He's telling Matlala, and in a further message from Mogotsi, the task team came to your house and harassed you have been dissolved. They got the letter on Monday. As we speak, they're bringing all the dockets to Sibiya. So that is Mogotsi to Matlala. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is that how you also understood it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Now, can I proceed, Chair? Because I was still responding, if I remember.
Okay. Just coming to the directive of the 31st of December. You said that there was you received it. When did you first receive it?
I received it on the 3rd of January. I received an email from the Office of the National Commissioner.
And you deal with the Minister's Directive?
Yes.
On page 10 of your statement, under the heading Minister's Directive dated 31 December 2024, from paragraph 25 onwards. And then at 27, look at paragraph 27.
Paragraph 27.
Yeah, that's where we talk about receiving an email from the office of by Brigadier Letoko, and that email is at page 54, SB3.
If I were to start at paragraph 27, it reads thus. On the 3rd of January 2025, an email was addressed to my office by Brigadier Letoko from the Office of the National Commissioner, which directed me, the Deputy National Commissioner for Crime Detection, to communicate the deactivation of the PKTT to the relevant team. My office was further requested to submit a close-up report on 14 January 2025 for National Commissioner's consideration and sign off to the Minister. And I'm quite sure, Chair and Honorable Members, that the National Commissioner said that he did give such an instruction that on the 14th of January, it is when this close-up report he must get.
So this is at SB3. It's from Brigadier Letoko, dated Friday the 3rd of January, and it's sent to you, and it says Office of DNC Crime Detection.
Yes.
The subject matter, as directed, DNC, that's Deputy National, we requested according to communicate the deactivation of the relevant team. Your office is requested to submit a close-up report to be submitted on 14 January for NATCOM's consideration and sign-off to the Minister.
That's correct.
Now, this is notwithstanding the fact that the directive itself, which is at SB2, on pages 52 and 53, that is addressed to the National Commissioner himself,
That is correct.
and it's not addressed to you.
Yes, I never received this type of a document at all. And it went to the National Commissioner's office. Now, if the National Commissioner had a problem with this type of instruction, it is the type of instruction that was not ever supposed to have gone further down, to be disseminated to further for implementation. If I was the National Commissioner and then I received this type of document that I do not agree with.
No, but the National Commissioner is on leave. He's on leave. He took leave just before the end of the year. There was a police day event on the 28th. I don't know if you were there in KZN. Lieutenant General Mkunazi was there. The minister was there. Never mentioned anything about the disestablishment of the political task team. Then the National Commissioner goes on leave from the end of December to the 14th of January. So he's not in the office.
To start with, Chair and honorable members, when you are a National Commissioner of the South African Police Services, you remain the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, even if you are on leave. Whatever that happens in the country is still on your shoulders. You're still accountable, even if you are on leave. Whatever that happens, you will make a call or a call will reach you. We all know that if there comes something that needs where you need advice, you will pick up a call and call the National Commissioner and he will advise you, being on leave. Even if it's overseas, he knows he's still the National Commissioner of the Police.
No, but you've got an acting national.
It's fine. As the acting National Commissioner, I will call the National Commissioner and say, NASCOM, I'm confronted with 1, 2, 3, 4. What do you suggest how I should deal with it? You will say, no, I suggest that you do. It happens all the time. You will say, no, I suggest that you do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's not easy to just say, no, I was on leave, I'll see it when you come back. The country won't stop. You remain the National Commissioner. Now, in this case, the acting National Commissioner is there. The one thing that is for sure is that the letter from the Office of the National Commissioner will never be disseminated further downwards unless there's consultation, whether with the acting National Commissioner or with the National Commissioner himself. If they did see that document, the National Commissioner said he became aware of that document on the 2nd of January. Even General Mkunazi says he called him and then he asked him, he said he didn't know about it. It is not enough to say, I saw it, but I said, no, I'll see it when I come back. No, no, no. You are the National Commissioner of the Police of the country. You are confronted by a document that is addressed to you by the minister. I will take a call. I will call the minister and say, Minister, I received this document and I still think that we can engage on this document. Can I come back? Can I respond to this document when I come back? This is under normal circumstances, what must happen. So now, as far as I'm concerned, where I draw the line is the fact that here is an email which is a directive from the office that I report to that says do the following. In the same email, same breath, when you go to 55 page SB4, page 55, same email, you'll see below is the National Commissioner's office. On top is my response. I carry out the instruction as I receive it, and I don't change even one word. I say, DNC Crime Detection has directed that the trailing email be forwarded for your attention and the closing report be signed off by the 13th of January. National Commissioner wanted it on the 14th. I say, let me see it before on the 13th of January. This has got nothing to do with Brown. It has got nothing to do with Cat. It is simply what is being received by me from the Office of the National Commissioner. And I remember we're all coming back from leave. So now,
But Brown, it may have nothing to do with Brown or Kit,
Yes, I
according to
agree.
you, but we know, we agreed that. We know for a fact that they knew about it. They knew in this WhatsApp exchange on the 1st of January, they knew that the task team is going to be dissolved. They said so in their WhatsApp communication.
The talkers were in that thing was in the media. It was in the media. Everybody read about it in the media.
On the 1st of January on New Year's Day.
I think from the 31st or the first day, but it was on the media, same day.
Yeah.
It was leaked same day, same time. Now, can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Now, I then contacted the National Commission on NASCOM. I received this thing. And I'm going to approach General Rabi to assist me. That's a hand.
Honorable Nombalo.
Yes, Chair. I just want to be clear for my records. I don't understand the response that has been given by the general, that when he says the disbandment issue was already in the media. What does he mean? Does he mean it was in the media before the decision was taken or before the decision was communicated? What is the meaning of that? So that we can record properly.
The letter of the disbandment signed by the minister on the 31st of January somehow found itself in the media space, and it was widely circulated. So most of the people, including the DPP, KZN, and Provincial Commissioner KZN, they all say we saw it on the media. So it was widely, it was leaked somehow to the media. In my case, it was never sent to my office. You can see, you can follow all the email trails. We never received it. Now,
Have you responded to the?
I did, I think.
Okay. How to?
I see there's still follow-up question there.
Do you know?
Still a follow-up question.
Senior Counsel, there is a follow-up question from the Honorable.
Oh, sorry, apologies.
Yeah, no, Chair, still what I don't understand is, was it in the media before it was signed by the minister or after it was signed and before it was circulated? Can he be clear on that?
It was after it was signed and after it was sent to the National Commissioner's office.
Honorable Nombalo, are you satisfied?
No, I think I'm satisfied, Chairperson. He says it got to the media after it was sent to the National Commissioner's office. I think that is my understanding of what he is telling us.
It's like Honorable Ngola was also trying to help to give a better understanding. Honorable Ngola.
I clarified with Nombalo, that's why it's covered. No, no, Chair, just one thing which I think the SC maybe you can come back to it at the end when you're about to finish. When you started with the communication from Mr. Brown Mokhotsi to Mr. Ket Matlala that says the team that harassed you in your house is dissolved on Monday, blah, blah, blah. I have arranged a meeting with Sibiya and the minister, blah, blah, blah. But you quickly skipped without the general. The general was trying to give his understanding of that. But I think the SC quickly skipped before the answer, but he may come back to it later, it's fine.
Your request is that the general respond to that statement. Okay. SC, did you get the point? Or General, did you hear what the honorable member is saying?
I heard what the honorable member said, Chair. I would prefer that maybe the SC should pose the question so that I can then respond directly to the question.
Okay. SC. The honorable members are saying that at the point when you were supposed to have allowed the general to respond, you quickly moved to the next question and did not afford him an opportunity to comment on the statement regarding the alleged WhatsApp text, which on page 20, which it is alleged that they form part of a conversation between Mr. Mokgotsi and Mr. Matala.
Well, I thought we had paused, and when I clarified that the text, although it was found on Matlala's phone, extracted from his phone, that the text actually came from Mokgotsi, who made.
What they are saying, they want to hear the comment of the general on that statement.
Well, I got the impression he agreed, because I clarified it. I may have been mistaken or confused him, and now I'm clarifying it, and he agreed with the clarification.
Okay, let's hear what Honorable Ngola's point is.
Chair, I think the SC is not understanding what we're trying to say. He himself started with the text, alleged text that is part of the bundles. The text, besides the fact that it's a communication between Mr. Brown Mokgotsi and Ket Matlala, but it makes mention of a role that is supposed to be played by the Deputy National Commissioner of Police, because it says, I have arranged with the minister and Sibiya. And our understanding is that the Sibiya that they are talking about, unless the general is going to clarify it, is the Deputy National Commissioner of the South African Police. So before the general could comment on that text or alleged text, the SC skipped to another aspect. So if we can allow, amidst him leading evidence, if we can allow the General Sibiya to also make an input on that. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I responded by saying that I think this was a communication between two people that spoke about our names. And at this point in time, Chair, one cannot really accept responsibility of two people talking somewhere and adding our names when we are not sure and even part thereof. And in an attempt to try and demonstrate that we had nothing to do with this whole thing, I'm bringing in all the correspondence that shows that this instruction, if we were acting on an instruction or advice or request, or maybe as indicated by Brown Mokgotsi to Ket, the whole arrangement would have been started by me. I would have been the one to write, and then the House would have been perfectly allowed to say, but on what basis did you write this? Because we see this email, this communication between Brown and Ket, and we see now you wrote this letter, you are disbanding. Who gave you this permission? But that is not the case. Unless this whole thing, anyone who wants to say, I know, the minister knows, then the National Commissioner knows, because this communication is also from him. I'm saying, me, what I responded to, is that what come from the National Commissioner. That what forced the National Commissioner to write that email to me, is that what gave me an instruction to start implementing. Above all, let us look at the email that the National Commissioner says, I spoke to General Rabi to help him. And who is General Rabi? It's in the National Commissioner's office. And we can go to that email. But listen to this before we go to that email, the document that was crafted from the National Commissioner's Office. My staff officer say, I write to my staff officer and say, please call me at your earliest convenience to discuss the above directive from the National Commissioner's Office. Now, she says to me, that's my staff officer now, 7 January. She says, General, I've confirmed with Brigadier Lotoko that she dealt with the HR matters separately, and ours is just to facilitate the closing report to minister's signature. For minister's signature, I have sent it to the DIVCOM office with due date for the 13th of January. 13th of January. Now, this is my staff officer. This date of the 13th of January is given by my staff officer. These are staff officers working. I accept the responsibility of what she wrote, but I'm just indicating, Chair, that this is the date she gave and said the National Commissioner want this by the 14th. So you see, I bring this thing on the 13th so that the DNC can have a look at it. That's what happened. Now, we then go to, I want us to go to the letter that was written then. I don't want to run ahead of myself, Council, but I wanted to then refer to SB 6, which is page 59 and 60. Now, General Rabi, having been directed by the National Commissioner to assist me, I also spoke to General Rabi, by the way, and the National Commissioner also said he asked General Rabi to assist me. Now, General Rabi produced a document. This document is at page 60. It's written, Deactivation and Disbandment of the National Task Team on Political Killings. This is a very important document that I think needs to be read into the record, Chair. I don't know, but it's quite a lengthy document. It's 4 pages.
That's the one of the 17. That's the first one.
Senior Counsel.
Yeah, that was on the 17th of January.
Yes.
This is after. Now let I just can I just do this, Chair, Honorable Chair? Are we over these WhatsApps now? Because I thought much earlier I clarified this with the witness. I discussed the content with him. We agreed. Matlala's phone was handed in voluntarily. This is downloaded from his phone. But of course, he can't be held responsible for the messages. They put it there, and his evidence is that if they put it there, he can't account for it. So when they talk about a minister meeting between him and the minister, and they talk about the closing down of the unit, and that the dockets are going to come to Sibiya, he said, well, if that's what the messenger said, he can't account. I thought we did this.
You see, the message says, as we speak, the dockets are on their way to General Sibiya, and that was January. Yeah. The dockets were only brought to the office of the DIVCOM on the 28th. The handing over was done on the 28th of March. So which means what is contained in the SMS is not right.
Well, it may not be right, or it's not accurate, because it's not. They say the dockets are on the way to Sibiya as we speak, and that's on the 1st of January.
In my case, I wanted to systematically go with this thing because here is an instruction, a letter that is written, instruction received from the National Commissioner. General Rabi put a deactivation plan in paper that talks about how to do this deactivation, and finally writing out the closing report. All the exercises that must happen here. It explained everything leading to the Office of General Sebola bringing me the final document that I must now finally sign. And then, and it's also still referred to my office by the Office of the National Commissioner. The same letter that was done by General Rabi, it was sent to the Office of the National Commissioner, not to me, from Rabi, as directed by the National Commissioner, to Sebola, who's the office manager in the Office of the National Commissioner. Then Sebola take it to my PA and say, print and give to the general to sign. So the National Commissioner says, I brought him a document that he did not like and he didn't sign. But that's a document that comes from the National Commissioner's office. I take it that if he didn't like it, should have called Rabi again and say, hey, I don't like this document. Why did you write 1, 2, 3, 4? Because it's not how I want it, not to let it go further.
But can we just go back a bit to your statement? You said, and go to paragraph 30 on page 12, where you say that the NC was on leave at the time when I received the email on the 3rd of January. General Mosikile was appointed as the acting National Commissioner on 31 December 2024. I called Major General Rabi to assist me with the implementation plan. After having discussions with Major General Rabi, he confirmed that he would put an implementation plan together for my consideration. But you had already gone to the NC and he with this plan, and he then said no, he's not happy with it. That was I think on the 14th, 15th, and then you had to come back, which he still didn't accept.
It's the same document.
Yeah. Yes. But the point here is you said I first called Rabi with the implementation plan.
To assist me with the implementation plan.
So that is even before you went to the National Commission?
Yes.
So why didn't you speak to General Mosikile, who is now acting as National Commissioner?
Where is it stated?
On the 30th, paragraph 30, you say General Mosikile was appointed as acting National Commissioner on 31 December 2024. So when you received the email from Brigadier Letoko on the 3rd of February, why didn't you clarify this with General Mosikile? Instead, you go straight to Major General Rabi.
No. Remember that the email that comes from the National Commissioner's office, it comes from General Musiki, because she's acting as the national. Now, Brigadier Letoko would never send this document to me unless General Musiki said so. So it comes from the National Commissioner's office. Who was acting is General Musiki. Now, I can't call General Musiki and say, can I please speak to General Rabi? That is my implementation plan now. Once the email comes from there, it's for implementation. I was implementing. And that's what I did. And even the National Commissioner confirmed that he also spoke to Rabi, that Rabi must help me. Remember that when you talk about a disbandment, it's not a small thing. There is they call it organization and work study, OD, the organizational development. they conduct work study investigations. Whether you want to establish a police station or a branch, or whether you want to deactivate or whatever improvement you want to make in the police that requires a work study investigation. These are the people that are well trained to write such reports, and they will know what needs to be in that kind of a report. That is why we thought of immediately, let us speak to General Rabi because he will assist. And he said, no, I will help you, General. And he wrote it. After he wrote that disbandment plan, he sent it to General Sibola, the National Commissioner's Office again. It is the National Commissioner's Office again. Now, on the 16th, remember the National Commissioner, we met on the 14th and 15th. And he said he didn't like it. But on the 17th, I get, is it the 16th? I get a document that come from General Sibola, attaching this document and say, we are just print and give the general to sign. We did that. The wording is exactly the same. I just had to change because the initial one that the National Commissioner didn't sign, he said, no, sign it, is operation, the general can sign it. He's a Deputy National Commissioner and this is operational anyway. And then it was sent through Office of General Sibola. Here is an email that sends this document to my office. And when you read this whole document, all the headings of what needs to happen in terms of deactivation, consultation with stakeholders, everything, you can see that it is adequate enough, detailed enough, even more than the one that was submitted by General Kumal, because General Kumal is not an expert in writing this type of reports. People like General Rabi are the ones who can write the reports, it's their job.
Okay, can I, for your comment, can I just read what?
May we take Honorable Skosana, Senior Counsel?
Thank you, Chair. Just for the record, Chair, that, I know the issue of ranks is confusing because when you go to page 12, whilst you were there, it says General Musikili. I'm not sure whether when the National Commissioner, when NASCOM goes on leave, a Lieutenant General becomes a General, or he remains a Lieutenant General acting as NASCOM.
The case.
Yes, perhaps, I mean, for capturing, is it correctly captured here? Like yourself, when you were acting, you are no longer a Lieutenant General, you become automatically a General.
No. There's only one General.
Yeah, hence I'm saying on records here, it says General Musikili, which for me is misleading. Because a Musikili is a Lieutenant General, it's not a General. Because you have Major General Rabi, you have Lieutenant General. So what I'm trying to say to you, to the evidence reader as well, because this, as it's captured here, it means at that time, Lieutenant General Musikili was now a general.
It's a mistake.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Cameron.
Chair, if I may, I don't know if it's my place, but just to give some clarity. If we speak to any general, whether it's a full general, lieutenant general, or a major general, we call that person general. When you speak to a lieutenant colonel, you sometimes say colonel. You don't necessarily say lieutenant colonel. So I don't think the intention was necessarily to mislead. It's the same if we call Advocate Arendse SC the whole time. SC is not a title. He's Advocate Arendse. So they're different ways. I don't think it was intentionally misleading. I just wanted to clarify that that we would say general, whether it's a major general, lieutenant general, or full general. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Nombalo.
No, Chair, we are satisfied with the response and with the acknowledgement that it was a mistake. So this appetite of wanting to repeat something that has been clarified. I don't know where it comes from. So we're fine with that response because he has clarified that it's a mistake. So Honorable Cameroon must not bring another confusion.
Let's accept the clarity from the senior counsel and the enrichment from Honorable Cameron.
Thank you.
May we proceed?
And can I just read to you from General Masamola's affidavit at paragraph 117. He says, on 15 January 2025, Lieutenant General Sibiya came to my office and found me with Major General Sibola. He briefed me on the prepared plan/letter for the PKTT. He presented a plan/letter directed to Lieutenant General Kumalo, which letter he requested I sign. I did not sign the letter, plan, and told him I would prefer that if ultimately the PKTT was to be disbanded, in brackets he says, which I was against, close brackets, I did not want it to be abrupt, but rather be taken through the process of winding it down gradually. I told him to leave the matter with me, and I will continue with it myself and develop the report or plan that the minister required. Lieutenant General Sibiya was well aware that as National Commissioner, only I had the authority to sign off the letter he wanted me to sign. Notwithstanding this, he proceeded to issue the same letter under his own name on 17 January 2025, without even changing the due date, which was stated as 16 January 2025. This letter was issued under Lieutenant General Sibiya's name after Lieutenant General Kumalo and I briefed the minister on the 16th of January 2025 on Lieutenant General Sibiya's involvement and association with criminal syndicates. So if you just to round off that narrative on the 64, so that first letter he's referring to, you'll see at 64 of your bundle attached to your statement, there's no signature by the minister. Sorry, by the National Commissioner. And then at 69, which deals with the same subject matter, you'll see the space for the National Commissioner is not there, but you sign it on the 17th of January 2025. So that's what that paragraph effectively says.
The chair, the council asked a question earlier, and I was prepared to answer that question. Then you proceeded. So let's go to this page and that page. But what I want to indicate is that let's go to page 59. Page 59, which is SB6, which is the Office of General Ravi, who sent the document to General Sibola on the 14th of January 2025 at 14:10. Then later again at 15:43, send the same document. In other words, because there's no any writing in between, in other words, it tells me that the document was sent either fix 1, 2, 3 but it was sent again on 15:43. Now on the 14th of January. Then it stays in General Sibola's office for 2 days. General Sibola's office is the National Commissioner. She discusses with the National Commissioner. And General Sibola will never forward a document to me that the National Commissioner never approved. Then General Sibola sent it to me on the 16th of January. On the 16th of January. This is the National Commissioner's office. Now, if the National Commissioner say I was with him in the presence of General Sibola, and he indicated that he doesn't like the plan, why then forward it to me by General Sibola again? Doesn't make sense. So, whatever document that I'm dealing with comes from the National Commissioner's office. And let me be consistent to what I'm saying. Let us look at the meeting of the 9th of the 5th of March in Parliament. The National Commissioner was there, the Minister was there, everybody was there. General Masemola made his comment. General Kumalo spoke about the disbandment, and he spoke about the status of the current status, and I want to get to that point, Chair, because I've prepared on this one. Now, in Parliament, in short, because I do not spend time trying to look for a document that I can't find. In short, in Parliament, it says the political task team have achieved the purpose for which they have been established, and they can be used as a benchmark. All districts have stabilized except the eThekwini district. And he puts a map there that shows green, 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 green. And he also put a graph. He also put a graph that shows that this political killing task team, Chair, I want us to be able to see that, yeah, because we've got it. I don't know if I can be assisted, Chair, to get to that document, SC. Because of the problem that we're not going according to my statement, let me go there. It will indicate to me where is
when you are still looking, just hold it there.
Sorry, I was trying to
Senior
follow
Counsel.
your statement.
Senior Counsel,
Sorry.
there is a hand behind.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think that is proper for us to ignore page 61, to page 64. For the record, I want to find out if a letter is sent to anyone.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Because it says there's no signature here.
Honorable,
Are we accepting it?
Point of order.
Let's take the point of order here.
Chairperson, right at the beginning of this process, we agreed on how we would operate in the procedures. That during the time that the evidence leader is leading evidence of the witness, we would only ask questions for clarity. We are now discussing, debating, directing which pages must be left out and not left out. I think that's improper. I think the questions that the members should ask would just be clarity-seeking questions. Yes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's misguided.
Honorable Skosan.
I wanted a clarity on this, that we accept it as it is. Exactly, I'm not debating here. Debate is tomorrow. I'm asking about if this document, is it accepted? Clarity from the
Honorable Skosan,
general. Thank you.
Please listen to the chair. The first point is that the point of order is sustained. And the second point is that if you may wish to put a question, may you please do so.
let me repeat, Chair, I'm not putting a question. Just one clarity that is this letter accepted without a signature? Because there's a signature of the National Commissioner, which was supposed to be here, and a stamp like any other document here. So I wanted to ask from the general if they do accept as it is. It's not a debate. If you say yes, they accept that, we move on. Tomorrow we'll ask, we'll get into it. But for now, we don't have to. We don't have time for today. It's him who's presenting to us. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Sangon.
Chair, I'm not sure if we need to educate Honorable Skosana on a point of clarity, but I just want to remind him how you explained point of clarity. You said, we cannot hear you, General Sibiya. Please repeat the point. You don't engage on whether a letter that is signed or not signed, that you can leave for tomorrow, Honorable Skosana, where you want to understand. But here we are talking about matters that we can't hear. We want clarification on it, that type of thing. So please, Chair, can you protect us? Because I know that once it starts like this, it descends very fast. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable members, when the witness makes, or the witnesses make presentation, please take notes of the matters that you may want to raise. I remember it was on the first day when we were dealing with a witness here, I said to Honorable Sangoni that I was prepared to give her time the following day to field her questions. And given my proven benevolence, Honorable Skosana, you will still be allocated that time. If you were to request me tomorrow to say, I request extra 2 minutes to field the questions that I would have fielded yesterday, but our procedure did not allow us. I'm going to gracefully grant you that time tomorrow. For now, I think I'm persuaded and convinced that the matter you want to raise is a point of debate. And let's leave it as such, and then you will have your time tomorrow. The chair will remind you in case you forget it. Thank you so much. I don't know, do you still have any other question for clarity except the one that you have raised?
No, thank you, Chair. I don't have any question. I never had a question. I accept your thing, but it was not a question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. May we, Senior Counsel, may we please proceed?
Again, Honorable Chair, I thought it was clarified with the confirmation of General Sibiya. SB 7 on page 60 deals with the deactivation and disbandment of the National Task Team. That SB 7 is not signed by the National Commissioner, and that is apparent from page 64, where you see a blank. And then SB 7.1 from page 65 to 69, which deals with the same subject matter. On page 69, there's no space for the National Commissioner to sign, but Lieutenant General Sibiya signs it on the 17th of January. So the point was that when he first took the letter to the National Commission, he said, no, I don't agree with it. That was on the 15th. Then on the 17th, the National Commissioner's signature is not on the letter, and Lieutenant General Sibiya signs the letter. And his evidence is that he's signing this on the authority of a directive or an instruction he got from the National Commissioner's office on the 3rd of January.
May I clarify that?
Is that fairly put?
Yeah, can I clarify that point? It is important to note that the National Commissioner, when I took the document to him, it actually came from Rabi to Sebola to the National Commissioner. And the National Commissioner said, no, he can sign it. It's operational. He didn't sign it. Then from Sibola, she stood up, she walked to my PA and said, I'm printing you a document that you must just, I'm sending a document to you that you must just print for the general to sign and send. That is why we have an email that comes from General Sibola containing the same email that the National Commissioner did not sign to my office to sign and send. So the fact that he didn't sign is not it does not necessarily only signal the fact that he said I didn't want to sign it because I didn't like the plan. Now the plan came from his office, the same plan. And I went to Sibola. And Sibola is the one who brought it to my office to say, print, sign, send. That's what we did. So the fact that it's not signed, he didn't sign it, it's not because of he was not in agreement. It's because he said, no, it's operational, you can sign. If he was not in agreement, again, why did it have to go downwards further? Should have ended there. And again, to say that, no, I said, leave it, I'll do it myself. The National Commissioner, firstly, is not that kind of a person that will say, no, stop, I'll do it myself. He's never done it like that. He would rather call you to discuss and say, hey, I don't think this is the way to go. I want us to put it this way or this way. Or he would still call Rabi, General Rabi, because the document was prepared by General Rabi anyway, not by myself. Now he would still call General Rabi and say, let us fix this thing. It has happened many times where we prepare a presentation on the CITs, on the cash in transit, where the National Commissioner doesn't agree with the plan. And I will call on everybody and I will leave us all in a room and say, guys, this is not what I want. Call me at 12 o'clock midnight when you are done. And he will leave us. We must now work and work it out here. There's nothing like, no, leave it, I'll do it myself. So whatever that we're dealing with is what comes from the Office of the National Commission.
Well, he said in his evidence that you must leave it. When you brought him the first draft, the 15th of January draft, he said, I will deal with it. Then on the 17th, you signed the same letter yourself without his signature. And we know also from his evidence that you've actually been charged with that in a disciplinary. So we're not going to discuss the disciplinary. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, what evidences the general's intentions is that on the 22nd, and this is at page 382 of General Masamola's affidavit, he writes a letter to the minister on the 22nd. Remember, he was told in this directive, submit a plan to me on the 20th of January. So he doesn't submit on the 20th of January, submits it on the 22nd, and he says, a receipt of your unreferenced letter of 31 December 2024 is hereby acknowledged and the contents have been noted. Feedback is provided as follows. The filling of posts with crime intelligence, that's the first part of it. He says, the directive has been noted. Ports of entry, the contents of that paragraph is noted. And when in relation to the political killings task team, he said the contents of this paragraph have been noted. He's further noted that a preliminary report has been requested by 20 January 25. The report is provided as follows. Then he gives the background to the task team, threat assessment overview, the current strength of the national task team, progress on the report of cases, the status of arrested suspects on politically related cases, breakdown of the role of the 388 suspects arrested, ad hoc case dockets, total convictions, feedback on major investigations. So this is a fully fledged report as I
scroll toward the organogram, we also dealt with the Bordet case, case highlighted by critics of the task team. The following cases have been referred to in letters written to the minister, in which allegations have been leveled against the task team. He refers to some of those cases, including the Cato Manor case. He refers to the case of Sindisa Mubaka, who I think that's referred to in this House's letter of complaint. And then, so it's a comprehensive report, cases of breakdown of cases before the court, 60 cases. And then he says that in conclusion that the South African directive by the Minister of Police to disband the National Task Team has been noted. The initial objective and directive by the President has been achieved with a noticeable decrease of politically related killings in KwaZulu-Natal as a result of this National Task Team's intervention and the relentless pursuit of its mandate. The South African Police Service remains responsible for the finalization of those dockets in possession of the task team, as well as the finalization of dockets which are currently before the court. The following steps are being taken to wind down the task team without compromising pending investigations of court process. It refers to stakeholder engagement, the 115 case dockets which are currently pending to be retained by the National Task Team until finalization, the multidisciplinary investigative approach, analysis-led and prosecution-guided investigation applied by the National Task Team will be adopted and used to serve as a benchmark for the realignment of contract killings and organized crime investigation. Further directives will be issued in this regard. This is signed off by the National Commissioner on the 22nd. Now, you can obviously reference this or your legal team overnight, but this is not what you said. Whether it's on the 15th or the 17th, this is not the same thing. This is a complete contrast to what you said.
I agree, Chair. I do agree. But bear in mind, Chair, that that document that the evidence leader just read was never sent to me at any given moment. I don't know about it. And in my case, I'm running with a document that was sent to me by the Office of the National Commissioner on the one hand. And if the National Commissioner on the other hand started another route between himself and General Khumalo, that route, that document is not what I was aware of. And you can confirm with all the communications, it was never sent to me. So I didn't know. At any given moment, I was never involved. I was not informed. I ran with this, what I was running with as coming from the Office of the National Commissioner. And this is what I have. Nothing more.
Okay, but General Sibiya, we know from earlier questions, you confirmed that you knew very little, if anything, about the political killings task.
Yes.
For some reason, you said, even though legally, technically, you're in charge of all these investigations, the detectives, you didn't know about it or aware of it. Now,
you say you get an instruction from the National Commissioner's office. That is what you're saying.
Yes.
So anything that comes from your office, if it comes from Brigadier Letoko, it's an official communication. That's what all of you accept. So accepting that's the case on the 3rd of January. But now the National Commissioner himself returns to office on the 14th of January. You go and see him on the 15th of January with this draft, with requiring his signature, and he says, no, I'm not signing. Leave it. I'm going to deal with it myself. Surely that is withdrawing, at least impliedly withdrawing any instruction to you to proceed with any implementation plan. And just to round that off, we went this morning, we looked at your mandate. I read very well, it's very clear that in relation to matters that falls in your sphere of responsibility, you actually act for and on behalf of the National Commission, including matters like this. And then it goes on to say, except where the National Commissioner withdraws any instruction. So isn't this such a case where on the 15th he had actually told you, General Sibiya, please, maybe appreciate your efforts or whatever in doing this, but just leave it, I'll deal with it. And then on the 22nd, because the directive is from the minister, is to him, not to you or anyone else, he addresses the minister on the 22nd and gives what you now agree is a completely different view on what should happen with the political task.
I don't think, Council, because we did discuss this even earlier this morning, that the National Commissioner never ever said, leave it, I'll do it myself. It has never happened in any situation between me and him since I've been in office. And if that was the case, or that is indeed what happened, the simple basic question to ask is, how did it then leave the National Commissioner's office on the 16th from General Sobola to me again? So there's no way that he said, leave it, I'll do it, and then go to my subordinate and then say he must draft a document that you send straight to the minister. And this must be supported by subsequent meetings. For an example, when you look at the 5th of March, I want us to refer to the 5th of March. If what is standing in that document that it was sent by the National Commissioner to the minister, but it is not what they are saying before Parliament on the 5th of March. There they say, no, the National Commissioner have received a directive from the minister to disband. There's been many meetings held in relation to that, and the political killing task team has achieved the purpose for which they were intended for, and this can be used as a benchmark, and we are quite comfortable that we are ready to then translate into the murder and robbery unit. That they will come up with an action plan, and the docket will be taken to murder and robbery unit. That presentation is different from that letter that the evidence leader is talking about. That document that the evidence leader is talking about is completely different from what the National Commission and General Kumar presented in Parliament. In what they presented in Parliament, they were saying, yes,
we'll come to that. Let's just deal with one step at a time. Because now you say you weren't aware of the National Commissioner's report to the minister on the 22nd of January.
I haven't seen
He was required to report by the 20th, he reports on the 22nd.
I never saw it. I wasn't aware of it.
When did you become aware of it?
I became aware of it during the suspension, as I was challenging the suspension. Came from somewhere. It was the first time we saw it.
When would that have been?
Somewhere around mid-July.
So it must be your version that you weren't aware of it, because on the 4th of February, you write again to the Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensic Services. Again, the heading is deactivation and disbandment of the task team. And this is where you say, you refer to the minister's direct, sorry, Honorable Chair, members. It's on page 70 and 71, General Sibiya, SB 8. And you deal with it on page 16.
Chair, where must I go? Page?
You deal with it from page 16, paragraph 40 of your statement.
Paragraph 60.
16, yeah. Paragraph 40. And the annexure of the 4th of February is at page 70 and 71.
Now, can I proceed?
Yeah, so this is what you refer to the directive to immediately deactivate. The directive requires immediate compliance and appropriate measures to be undertaken to ensure the effective disbandment of the NTTPK in accordance with the current prescripts. In compliance with the above-mentioned directive of the Minister of Police, you are directed to engage with the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence with a view to do a proper handing over and follow all processes necessary to conduct a handover process. At 5.2, you say a case register wherein all the cases were recorded and current status of court-going cases and cases under investigation.
Just to take off where you left from paragraph 40,
Yes.
may I read paragraph 41?
Of course.
The National Commissioner participated in meetings that I have attended and supported the actions that were taken in relation to the disbandment of the PKTT, which processes have been detailed in my deactivation plan dated 17 January 2025, SB7, and which plan the National Commissioner has instructed me to sign. The National Commissioner never requested me to leave matters to him to deal with. I must indicate, honorable members, that I'm not able to access, I was not able to access the minutes of the meeting, subsequent meetings, because of I've been outside now, and the minutes were. But safe to say that in the National Commissioner statement that the Judicial Commission, paragraph 118, the National Commissioner says, in line with my discussion with Lieutenant General Sibiya, I also had a discussion with Lieutenant General Khumalo. I told him to prepare a report as contained in the Minister's Directive on the 31st of December 2024, and that we should aim for 20th January 2025 to submit this report. Since this was a direct instruction from me, it took precedence over Lieutenant General Sibiya's instruction of 17 January. Now, if the National Commissioner says he directed General Khumalo and his instructions took precedence over General Khumalo, over my document, this means that anything and everything going forward takes precedence based on the instruction of the National Commissioner. At Parliament, they present and they say, we are handing over. We're handing over. And they handed and they came up with an action plan In the action plan, I want to refer to the action plan, page, let's say page 79. When we get to the action plan, page 79, it is in a meeting on the 6th of March. We were together there, including the National Commissioner. And in this presentation, just to give the background, it says the Minister of Police issued a directive to the National Commissioner regarding the disbandment of the National Political Killing Task Team. Various meetings has been held and a detailed progress report submitted to the Minister of Police. The disestablishment and or disbandment will take a form of transition from NPKTT to component serious and violent crime, murder and robbery unit within Division Detective and Forensic Service. The transition will ensure continuity of cases, particularly those that are under investigation and those that are in court. This presentation will on the status of the investigation and of the investigations and the handover plan. Now, here the National Commissioner, in his answering affidavit in the High Court application, confirmed that he approved this implementation plan and that he had been drafted by Khumalo. Further, the National Commissioner mentioned in his statement to the committee that Lieutenant General Khumalo presented to the minister and that he, together with General Musigiri, were in favor of the plan, but General Sibiya and the Chief of Staff of the Minister were against. But what I want to say is that the National Commissioner indicates here that he approved this plan. And this plan, when you go to page 79, it says, it outlines the activities, the responsible person, and the due date. The activities, the first one being approval of the disbandment plan, Minister of Police 2025-03-06. Stakeholder engagement with NPA, including prioritization of the 114 cases, is National Commissioner. And the due date is 17th of March 2025. Approval of the new call-up instruction and finalization, Financial Authority 2025-2026 is National Commissioner on the 17th of March. And retaining the doggers under investigation to the KZN Eastern Cape is Project Manager, Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensics, and which means it is now the 17th of March. Provide progress to the Minister, National Commissioner and Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection. It is now the 31st of March. Submit the final close-up report to the Minister on the 31st of March. Now, honorable members, the National Commissioner said this is the plan that I approved, that he approved. And this is the plan that hands over, retaining the dockets to murder and robbery, serious and violent crime. This is a plan that the National Commissioner approved. This is different from that letter that the evidence leader read and that says,
Yes, General Sibiya, this presentation that was given by Lieutenant General Khumalo in Parliament on the 5th, and which was again repeated in your meeting with the Minister on the 6th, and again on the 27th of March, where General Masemola said Minister and Mr. Kabinde even got angry because they were opposed to it, speaks about a phasing out process, a transition process. If you look at your letter of the 4th of February, in fact, initially on the 17th of January, whether, let's forget about whether it was authorized or not. It talks about an immediate, that's what the minister said in his directive, shut the task team down immediately, disestablish it. What Khumalo talks about on the 4th of March, the 5th of March, again on the 27th of March, talks about a transition of the team. Here you ask on the 4th of February, you say, give me a status report and give me the dockets. Hand over the dockets. That's the difference. General Sibiya.
No,
And the National Commissioner's evidence was that yes, he was in favor of this presentation. He was criticized for not telling the minister that your directive is unlawful, or I don't agree with your directive. But ultimately, this is what he accepted and not what you said either on the 17th of January or the instructions you gave on the 4th of February.
Yes. You see, when we say immediately, when they say disband immediately, it does not necessarily mean that close the shop now, leave everything and go. It's not what it says. We can read, we can go through this document that is drafted. Remember, it makes provision for handing, it says case over protocols, a comprehensive handing over protocol for an ongoing investigation must be established and implemented in consultation with the Divisional Commissioner for Detective Service. This protocol should include complete case files, evidence. Now, I want us to go to the previous paragraph that says accountability. Effective immediately, all investigative personnel of the of the task team responsible for case docket are directly accountable to the Divisional Commissioner and Forensic Service until they are reassigned to alternative units. This personnel will remain responsible for all investigations and resources allocated to them until a formal handing over is completed in accordance with the established protocol. Do you follow, Councillor? Now,
No,
this was not immediate. The same arrangement applies to crime intelligence and other personnel who will be accountable to the relevant divisional and provisional commissioners until the final arrangement are communicated. So which means, if I were to read this whole document into the record, stakeholder communications, all internal and external stakeholders must be notified in writing about the disbandment of the political killing task team, the transition plan for ongoing cases, and the future protocols. So which means, when you read at all these key words, they're not talking like now. They say this must happen, this must unfold, this must unfold. It's a process, but it starts today, or it starts now, immediately. So that is what I was referring to.
Let me read to you what you say in your statement, what you understood the minister to mean. You said this is on page 17 of your statement, paragraph 45. I understood the minister's directive to mean that the disbandment of the PKTT was to be given effect to immediately.
Yes.
As such, I communicated the directive to the team as per the instructions of the office of the NC.
Yes.
And we know from the NC, those were not his instructions.
No,
From the NC himself, you spoke about, okay, to be fair, from the office of the NC. Then you say at paragraph 46 in the last sentence.
Sorry, Chair. I want to say, when the chair say, when the evidence is saying those were not instructions from the NC, no, everything that I reacted to or responded to were from the Office of the National Commissioner.
Okay, then, but we're dealing with what you understood.
Yes.
The minister's directive to mean. You said it means giving effect immediately. And this is what you communicated to the team. Then at paragraph 46, you say in the last sentence, the minister's directive did not say disband within 6 months or within a month. It said immediately, which means now.
Yes.
Now that's not what you're saying today.
No. I understand the technicality around that, but all I'm saying is that as much as we say, I I didn't say they must start next month or in 6 months. I wanted them to start now. And when I say I wanted them to start now, I mean they must start the process now. And this is what happened. But above all, what then happened is what the National Commissioner wanted to see happening, the winding down. What does the winding down entail? The winding down or the phase-out approach is as per the approved plan by the National Commissioner. The one that the National Commissioner said, I approve, the one with the action plan that I just read, this one on page 79. This is what the National Commissioner approved, which is the winding down. That winding down is the one that gives effect to the dockets being brought in on this date. Now, they brought the docket on the, it says on the 17th, but the handing over was done on the 28th of March. General Khumalo brought the docket to General Sintumul. On the 28th, they sat with a team to do a handing over. I was not there. And remember, the National Commission says his plan took precedence. We are now dealing with the precedence that the National Commissioner wanted to deliver the dockets to a specific unit by this date. This is what is happening. That was approved by the National Commissioner in his own statement. Now, on the 17th, they were brought, but on the 28th of March, they did a handing over. That handing over now brought the docket to General Sintumula so that they can be distributed to serious and violent crime. It is at the time when they were taken now to General Mkwanazi, who then said, I don't want those dockets in my province. Take them to General Sibiya's office. So in my case, I never even kept any docket gathering dust in my office or locked any docket in my safe. I don't have a safe in my office nor any archive. I don't have. So it was just simply misleading the nation to say, General Sibiya withdrew the docket, they called for the docket, they are not being investigated, they are sitting in the office gathering dust. They never gathered dust in my office. They were taken, as per the plan of the National Commissioner, taken to where they were supposed to be taken up until the Provincial Commissioner said, I don't want them. Then the next logical thing was NESCOM, they did inform the National Commissioner and said, General, the PC says he doesn't want this docket. That's when he said, oh, well, let General Sibiya make a plan. Then we put a team together to make sure that these dockets are not delayed. But for that, we cannot put a team here from Gauteng to go to KZN in a place they don't know. And then without any budget, they need to be protected. They need accommodation. They need S&T. Now, we needed to have a budget application. That's when we applied for a budget. And we applied. We did mention even in the report that the PC says it doesn't want these dockets, but they must be investigated. And then we wrote, the National Commission never responded. Up until after I left, the National Commissioner wrote a letter that says, what are the dockets doing at head office? Some of these dockets must be taken to the stations where they belong as agreed. As agreed. Which means there was an agreement that they must be taken to those stations.
They must be taken back.
Yes.
That was the agreement. You had taken it away. According to your instructions, you wanted it back. And that was in line with your approach that the team must be disbanded immediately. This transition plan that Khumalo spoke about at several meetings, including before the police portfolio committee, was transitioning the team towards some end point. In fact, they say no new cases will be taken. In other words, they will continue with the existing dockets that they have until they complete their task. Your position was to end that task immediately. That's why you asked for the dockets to be taken back. How else would they continue, General Sibiya, with respect? With their task if you've ordered the dockets to be brought to head office in Pretoria?
Council, we are past that stage. We agreed that this docket, the National Commissioner produced an action plan. He said he approved this action plan. The National Commissioner said, I told General Khumalo to write a report. My report took precedence over General Sibiya's report. In other ways, anything and everything that happens after the National Commissioner said, my instruction as the National Commissioner took precedence, which means anything and everything going forward is the National Commissioner's instruction. Now, the National Commissioner, together with General Khumalo, they came up with an action plan. In this action plan, I was not present when they drafted this action plan that says we will have the dockets delivered to murder and robbery units on this date. It came from the National Commissioner together with General Khumalo. They agreed. And this is what they're implementing. So whatever that is being implemented going forward is the National Commissioner.
Well, General Sibiya, can I just in relation to this issue, can I ask you to go to page 19 of the core bundle, 19 of the core bundle, which is the affidavit of Brigadier Kuneni in the search and seizure warrant application. Paragraph 31.
Of the core Bible, paragraph 31. Yes, I am there, Chair.
You got it?
I've got it, Chair.
Paragraph 31 reads as follows. Or let's first go to paragraph 30. On the 26th of March, which you've already confirmed, 118 dockets from PKTT KZNYN delivered to the National Headquarters, Pretoria, in line with Sibiya's letter WK5. On 28 March, the Divisional Commissioner Detectives Forensic Services, Lieutenant General Ntumele, received the PKTT dockets. On the paragraph 30, on the 27th of March, Khumalo briefed Mchunu in Pretoria on his final disbandment of the PKTT. Mchunu rejected the plan, which was previously discussed and approved during the Cape Town meeting, which involved a phased-out approach at the meeting, as in paragraph 28 above. He stated, that's Mchunu, that a political decision to establish the task team, therefore it will take a political decision to disband it. And this is what I want to ask you about. On 22 April 2025, Sibiya wrote a further letter to the National Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence and Forensic Services, referring to his previous correspondence. He emphasized that the deactivation and disbandment process should be finalized by Thursday, 24 April 2025. A copy of this letter is enclosed here to mark WK6. Now, unfortunately, we didn't receive any annexes to this affidavit. I don't know whether your lawyers, Mr. Levitt, nods no or shakes his head. And when I asked Minister Mchunu's lawyer, also they hadn't received the annexes. Do you have this letter of the 22nd of April 2025?
I wanted to confirm, to correct something before I proceed, because it's going to also go unchallenged, or I'm going to lose the point that I want to say. Can I respond on this thing on the paragraph 30?
Yeah.
Now, on the 27th of March 2025, Khumalo briefed Mchunu in Pretoria. on the final disbandment plan of the PKT team. Kunu rejected the plan, which was previously discussed and approved during the Cape Town meeting, which involved a phase-out approach, as mentioned in paragraph 28 above. He stated that it took a political decision to establish the PKT, therefore it will take a political decision. What I know is that the minister partially approved the plan. He was happy with the plan, except raising the concern that if you say to me, all the court dockets will remain with the political task team, and that they must remain with the political killing task team, it must continue to operate whilst winding down this docket. Now, the court dockets, since establishment, most of them were just finalized now after 10 years. Now, you are saying, do you want me to accept that you will then take another 5 to 10 years again on these dockets? That was the concern. Then he said, I want you to go and think deep and hard as to, do you really want to keep it like this? Because we are saying, if this thing can be taken to a unit that must investigate them, it can be done. But if you want to say, I must agree that it must take another 5 to 10 years again while this thing is running, that I will not accept. That is the point that I know. We can proceed to the council's question. I just wanted to register that thing. That remember, council, remember that the author of this statement was not part of any meeting. Kunene, he was never part of any meeting. So his statement that he writes here does not necessarily mean that is the gospel truth.
I think my question remains, Jan Sibiya. This letter of the 22nd of April, have you got it? 22nd of April, 2025, which is referenced in this paragraph 31 of Brigadier Kunene's affidavit.
Yes, I have it, Chair.
So perhaps, maybe you can also respond to this. At page 423 of the National Commissioner's affidavit, there is a letter dated 23rd of April. From It's from Lieutenant General Khumalo, and it's also signed by Lieutenant General Sentumile, Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensic Services. If you, this letter is in your statement at SP 16, which is at page 221. You got it there, Jenna?
221 according, Chair.
Yeah, and yeah, it's from Khumalo and signed by Sentumile, and it's addressed to Divisional Commissioner, Detective Services Head Office. Is that to you?
Addressed from This is Divisional Commissioner Detective Service Head Office
handing over of dockets under investigation.
from Kumalo to Sintumule.
National Task Team investigating political related cases, KZN. This office hereby hands over the following under investigation dockets that were investigated by the National Task Team for political related cases in KZN. The under investigation dockets are categorized as follows. Dockets in the Eastern Cape, in Tata, 2 cases there in Alice, 1 case. Total dockets under investigation handed over is 3. Handed over by Lieutenant General Kumalo.
I think the chair, evidence that you missed from 206.
So the question is whether this is a response to your letter of the 22nd of April, 2025, which is not attached to the affidavit of Kunene, and which I asked you whether you have a copy of your letter of the 22nd of April. What does that say?
No, this one of SB 16 and page 22, here we are talking about the Eastern Cape matters, the 3 matters, Namhlam Trust matter. Now, the initial dockets that were brought when they did handing over, it was on page 206. This is the first 118 cases, plus these 3, that makes 121. So we ought to start during the handing over of dockets under investigation, National Task Team investigation related cases, KwaZulu-Natal. So now, this office hereby hands over the following under investigation dockets that were investigated by the National Task Team for political related cases in KwaZulu-Natal. The under investigation dockets are categorized as follows. Political related dockets are 56.
Are you referring now to SB 15 at page 206?
Yes.
These are all the dockets that are mentioned.
Yeah, this is where it all starts. This is where it all starts. These ones, they form part of this, but they came almost a month after, brought by General Kumalo. It was approximately a month, 3 cases that were received, because you can see it's dated the 23rd. And then the handing over of all these dockets were done on the 28th of March. As you can see in 220, page 220, you can see General Kumalo and General Sintumile, which are divisional commissioners, doing handing over to each other, assisted by the staff, as you can see, as mentioned, then there with the signatures. This is the team that even conducted an inspection in all the dockets as they were receiving them. And this is as per the plan of the National Commissioner and General Kumalo. And this is what they said, even in Parliament, that this is what we're going to do. And they are implementing it now. And this, you can see, General Sibiya appears nowhere. There are no dockets in my office gathering dust. I never even saw one docket, just one. I've never even seen it in front of me. They've never been to my floor or to my office. So I've never called for any docket to come to my office.
General, I asked you whether you have the letter of the 22nd of April. It would help if you have it, or if you could bring it along tomorrow.
There is it, sir.
So it's not annexed to the affidavit, and it's not part of our record. So can I have a look at it?
This letter.
That's the letter that Kunene refers to in his affidavit, 22 April.
Well, it should be in a founding affidavit of Kunene.
Yeah, but it's not annexed. So I've just, can you let that letter?
Can I be assisted to get to where I need to be? Yeah, this is the letter.
Thank you. Thank you, Andile. Thank you, General. This, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, this is a letter dated 22 April 2025, which is referred to by Brigadier Kunene in his affidavit at paragraph 31. This is, I think this is a letter which you attached to your court papers. Looks like SS19, your court application.
SS19.
This is addressed by General Sibiya to the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence at Khumalo. The subheading Deactivation and Disbandment of the National Task Team on Political Killings. One, my evenly numbered correspondence dated 17 January 2025 and 4 February 25 respectively refer in compliance with the directive of the Minister of Police on 31 December 2024 and subsequent directives on the matter, you are advised that this process should be finalized by Thursday, 24 April 2025. This includes the transfer of all dockets, closed, currently under investigation, and in court, to the Division Detective and Forensic Services. A final feedback report on the finalization of this process, including confirmation that all task team members have reported back to their stations of origin, is awaited on or before Friday, 25 April 2025. Honorable Chair will copy this and make it available to you and to the honorable members of the committee. So that General Sibiya is pretty emphatic and pretty clear that the task team was going to be disbanded, dockets handed over, the team, those in the team must return to their stations. And of course, as you said earlier, this will go to the murder and robbery team squad, and they'll take over these matters. Now, do you agree with me, at least, that this is different from the implementation plan or the transition plan that Lieutenant General Khumalo presented to the Portfolio Committee on the 5th of March, to the senior management and the minister on the 6th of March, and again on the 27th of March? It's different. There it spoke about the team will continue, they'll be phased out over time, they'll retain what they have and they'll complete the cases that they have. Here you're saying, no, you're not going anywhere. I want you to return everything by the 24th of April or by the end of April.
Yes, I understand from that angle, Chair. To start with, as we were, remember I was running on this note that we have all agreed that it is happening. Now the docket have been handed over on the 28th. They are somewhere at head office, and I must say now, these dockets must be where they must be, so that they are not gathering dust somewhere in the head office. They must be somewhere. They must have been processed already. That is where we were. Chair, I take your point and I agree that it will be different if ever the action plan says, because when you go to the action plan, you can see, I just want to refer to the action plan they were saying, because the action plan is talking up until the 31st of March, I think. I just want to check the action plan. Let's go to the action plan as we read from it. 79. Now, the action plan says to me, submit the final close-up report to the minister 250331. This action plan comes from there, is approved. Is the approved plan that says that it will come from, I mean, by the 31st of March, it says, submit the final close-up report to the minister, who project manager, divisional commissioner, detective service, and forensic. Now, if this is the case, and this letter is written dated 22nd March, 22nd March. It's dated 22nd of March. As far as I'm concerned, I am well within the right to say, now that you committed to the 31st of March, if one say by Thursday, the 24th of April, let it be that this thing is being concluded. Whilst we understand at the same time that it might necessarily not mean that come the 27th or the 24th of April is completely done. But because of even on their own date, it was this, they gave themselves a date of the 31st of March. In my case, I say, okay, let's do it on the 24th of April, that now is settled. Here we're talking about the final report, close-up report. So that is why I say I feel that we're still within the plan. And the whole intention was really guided or pushed by the fact that we wanted to be effective, we wanted to make sure that we comply, and we wanted to make sure that we implement so that this thing doesn't take the next 5 years.
General Sibiya, there was a meeting still on the 27th of March where the rollout of this plan indicated that the task team would stay in place until they complete the work that they have, all the dockets that they have, 118, 121 dockets, and only then will it be phased out. That was the National Commissioner's plan all the time, as his instructions to you and to Khumalo. You again overrode those instructions on the 24th of April when you wrote the letter. And you said, I want you to close shop on the 24th of March, or the end of, of April.
Can I be shown, Chair, that instruction that says on the 27th of March, there was a meeting?
That was the, we'll find the reference. That was the meeting where, I'll read it back to you in the affidavit of General Masemola, where he says that both the minister and his chief of staff differed, and they even got angry because they also expected the task team to be disbanded then and there immediately.
Personally, I feel that, Chair, if I say something and I produce a document that I wrote and say, this is what I said, and here's a document. But I hear a lot where they say the National Commissioner said this, but there's nothing in writing in that regard. And of which I'm expected to accept that it is true. I don't have the correspondence that says there was this and I said this. I'm saying everything that I wrote is in writing. So can I be favored with this statement where the National Commissioner?
We'll get that part of the statement, but the plan that I'm referring to and which the National Commissioner is referred to is the one that was presented to the Portfolio Committee on the 5th of March. That one you've seen. You're familiar with that one?
No.
Where Kumalo addressed the Portfolio Committee.
I know about that one, but the plan that the council is talking about is the one of the 6th of March.
And the one of the 6th of March, the presentation, you were present in that meeting?
I was.
You were present in that meeting?
I was, Councillor.
And it doesn't dare talk about closing down the task team or giving a date for which it must be closed down.
It talks about it. They say, Chair, when you give an action plan, this action plan says,
just give us for ease of reference, just give us the reference, the page or the annexure number.
Page 79.
Sorry?
Page 79.
Page 79 of your bundle.
Of the bundle, main bundle.
Yes?
I'm quite sure.
That's the one you're relying on.
Yes, I'm quite sure, Chair and honorable members, that just like honorable member, chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Police said, there was never any reluctance. Everybody was in agreement that this is the route to go and that we are taking that route of disbanding. There was never any objection. And then leading to the next meeting, the next day, that produced the action plan. The action plan produced or crafted by General Kumalo and himself, approved by the National Commissioner, of which the minister supported, although with reservations on when it comes to court cases. But the minister partially approved. He said, I'm happy with the plan, but I'm concerned about 1, 2, 3. But the same plan, which was approved by the National Commissioner, of which the National Commissioner admitted that this is the plan that he was satisfied with. It says approval of disbandment plan by Minister of Police 06/03/2025. Now, if this is an official document that the National Commissioner says he approved, talking about approval of disbandment plan at 06/03/2025, stakeholder engagement with NPA, including prioritization of the 114 cases by the National Commissioner on the 17th of March, approval of the new call-up instructions and financial authority 2025-2026 by the National Commissioner on the 17th of March, retaining the case docket under investigation to the KZN Eastern Cape by the project manager, Divisional Commissioner Detective Forensics on the 17th of March, provide progress to the Minister, National Commissioner and Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection on the 31st of March. Now, submit the final close-up report to the Minister is the 31st of March. In other ways, When you submit a final close-up report, you can only submit a close-up report when you finally close the whole thing and say, I've closed and this is the report, is done and dusted. This is the close-up report.
Now, General
Senior
Sibiya.
Counsel, I want to declare a break. It's 19:30 now. The general has been here from 17:30. And I think we may need to give him a break. Unless you want to indicate something to me. We must not break here and you say, but in the next 5 minutes we would be done.
Definitely won't be finished in the next 5 minutes. Chair,
Yeah.
is it not possible that we can adjourn and continue in the morning? I'll probably be another hour and a half maximum.
Okay, no, yeah, before I take the break,
Or can we have a shorter break, Chair?
yeah, let me hear what the honorable member.
So tea break of 15 minutes.
Yeah. Honorable Ngola.
Chair, our experience suggests that on the day when members interact with the witness, it usually takes longer than the day when the evidence is led by the evidence leader. So we would suggest, Chair, that at least let's push to an extent that he finishes leading evidence today. Then tomorrow be reserved for members to interact with the witness. We can take a break, Chair, if he feels a little bit tired. Then we come back and conclude. At least it's 7:30.
Look, my plan was that I have observed the strain that the proceedings take on the members. And my plan was that from now onwards, we should start at 10 o'clock. So if we can't be done tonight, so it means the earlier part of the morning is going to be forfeited. So I'm summoning your endurance, honorable members. Let's break for 30 minutes. And then we will come back at no, we're breaking for 30 minutes.
Chair, you can't only hear Nola and nobody else. I'd like to speak.
I
please.
still want you to speak, Honorable Brady.
Yeah, I know you don't want me to speak, but I'm going to speak. Yeah. So it's not only the members that you should consider, Chair.
Yeah.
Practice dictates that we should be fair. And the general has been here the whole day.
Yeah.
And he has to concentrate a lot harder than we do. And if he's tired, then that's it. So you shouldn't really ask us how we feel. You should ask him and his legal representative how they feel. And if we need to start tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock instead of at 9 o'clock, that's fine.
Yeah, I understand that this is your second day in the proceedings, Honorable Brady. Honorable members, can we agree to Honorable Skosana?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think you can ask the witness if really he wants to continue. If he wants to continue, we can. But tomorrow, 7 o'clock, I can't hear that, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Sauls.
Chair, I think it will be very unfair in terms of consistency because we had the other witnesses not granted the same privilege. One witness, we sat here until midnight. So I think we shouldn't create a different impression, I would propose that we take a little break, we come back, we work and we finish, we come back tomorrow and it's just the members that questions. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Honorable Matthys.
Chair, I do think we should just ask the witness if he is able and willing to continue, and we can finish up tonight if he is. But us having had previous witnesses that pushed much later doesn't mean that it was the right thing to do during that time. And in hindsight, I think it is a progressive decision of the ad hoc committee members to say, let's check with the witnesses. It is much more taxing having to give testimony for such a long time. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I'm not seeing any further hands, and there is a feeling that we must check with you, Honorable Sibiya. May I stretch you for the next 1 hour, 30 minutes?
Yes, I'm right. I'm ready. I'm still fit to proceed.
Okay, honorable members, we are breaking for 30 minutes. We will come back at 8.
Chair, he's a general after all. He's used to such kind of things.
Eh?
He's a general after all. He's used to such kind of things.
His foot are on his own combat.
It's dinner, Chair. It's dinner anyway. 30 minutes for dinner. Thank you.
Yeah, dinner or no dinner, that one I can commit myself. What I'm saying is that we are breaking for 30 minutes. We want to resume. Senior Counsel General, are we ready? Honorable Sangon.
Thank you, Chair. No, I just wanted to come in before the SC resumes. Chair, I've got a request, man. The testimony today has been very confusing. Can we request that we get a write-up of a chronological order of this communication? So who sent what to whom, when, and so forth? Because it's a bit all over the place. If we could have that in the morning, it would be really appreciated.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Senior Counsel, did you get the point that the honorable member is making?
I write up.
Just a chronology of the correspondences that have been happening. You remember before we broke earlier, you said to the general that I'm going to ask you questions about the period leading to the dissolution, the period at dissolution and post-dissolution. So my understanding is that the correspondences that have been happening in the department between the senior echelon, the honorable member is requesting that if that information or that timeline, if we can have a timeline of the correspondences for proper understanding, just to have that in a proper chronological context.
We'll try our best. We'll do it, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hopefully get home before 12. Okay, may I proceed?
Yes, no, I have handed the reins over to you so that you can lead us. I believe this is the last round. Eh? Yeah.
Sorry, General. just leading up to, and I'm reading from the, because you know, if I'm not putting things to you properly or fairly, then obviously you must just tell me, or you disagree. Because your understanding is that there was some kind of an agreement, and this is evident or evidenced from this action plan presented by Kumalo, and the dates are there, and they're all 23 March, and even so, you seem to say that you even indulge that by making it the 24th of April, a month later. But a cutoff date had been agreed. That seems to be what you're saying.
But that what was approved by the National Commission.
Okay.
In his own words.
Okay. So if I may just put to you what, because again, just on the objective facts, clearly the task team was not disestablished or discontinued or terminated at the end of March.
It was not.
It was also not disbanded by the 24th of April.
That is correct.
It was also not ever disbanded because the commissioner, as you now know, after you made a submission on the 12th of July for money, because you were now going to distribute the work of the political killings task team to the murder and robbery squad, and you, in other words, just another division or another section was going to continue with the same work. You made a written proposal, and that only afterwards, after I think you were, don't think you were officially suspended, but you were stay-at-home order. So that only came on the 27th of July. So that was refused. Mkhonazi had, however, made and Kumalo submission for additional funding for the task team until the end, until March 2026, and that was approved. So all that we know. And as we speak, we know the task team is still operating like they used to. You agree?
Yes.
Okay. So this is what General Masemola said prior to this meeting on 5 March. I appeared before the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee of Police for a briefing by the SAPS, amongst others, focusing on the challenges relating to crime intelligence and investigation against Major General Khan, the status of the PKTT, and details of an interview by the Provincial Commissioner of KZN during the 2025 Police Day. I think that was in January 28th. It was a virtual meeting, and then he says who was attendance, and you were also in attendance. During this session, Lieutenant General Mpofu-Walsh made an allegation that the minister knew a gentleman by the name of Brown Mokgotsi. This is but one of the allegations made by Lieutenant General Mpofu-Walsh at the meeting. Minister Nkunu denied knowing a gentleman by that name after the meeting, in a meeting where I was present together with the Deputy Ministers Matali and Poshielo, and the minister repeated his denial regarding Brown Mokgotsi to me and the 2 deputy ministers. And this is the one I want to get to. On the 6th of March, I attended the ministerial meeting in Cape Town. In attendance at the meeting was the Minister, Deputy National Commissioners, Policing and Crime Detection, Lieutenant General Musikili, and Lieutenant General Sibiya, Lieutenant General Kumalo, Chief of Staff in the Office of the Minister, Mr. Gabinde, Lieutenant General Sutumile, a Lieutenant Colonel, and me. In preparation for this meeting, Lieutenant General Kumalo prepared an updated presentation of the PKTT. After Lieutenant General Kumalo presented the briefing note to the Minister, the Deputy National Commissioner of Policing and I were in favor of the plan but the Deputy National Commissioner of Crime Detection, Lieutenant General Sibiya, and the Chief of Staff of the Minister, Mr. Kabini, were against the plan. They were in favor of the immediate disbandment. The Minister's conduct in these meetings and in general regarding the disbandment was very concerning to me. I inquired from the Minister at the beginning of the meeting what was the reason and background for the decision to disband the PKTT. And then the Minister responded that the political killings took place pre-94, not after. During the meeting, the presentation of Lieutenant General Khumalo was partially accepted. The Minister was adamant and supported by Lieutenant General Sibiya and the Chief of Staff that the dockets had to be returned to the station of origin and not to another unit or structure in KZN. The Minister also made it clear that the phased-out approach or winding down of the disbandment of PKTT must be finalized during 2025. Nevertheless, and this is really the point I want to ask you about, because it seems to override this plan that was presented on 6. Nevertheless, the meeting concluded that Lieutenant Generals Khumalo and Sentumile must revise and amend the plan in accordance with the decisions taken during the meeting. This must be prepared for sign-off by the Minister. It was agreed that there would be a further meeting convened on the 27th of March to finalize the plan. Until then, no further action would be taken because the plan had not been approved and signed. The following was highlighted in the presentation. The need for the avoidance of adverse and unnecessary challenges that could be faced if the PKTT is disbanded was of paramount importance. In this regard, the proposal that there be a phased-out approach to the disbandment along the lines set out in the preliminary report. 2, insofar as the 114 dockets were already on the court roll or before the court, the recommendation was that these 114 dockets remain with the current PKTT officers, both in KZN and the Eastern Cape, until finalization of the prosecution process, and thereafter there will be a gradual withdrawal of the remaining PKTT members until all cases are finalized. And then there was a proposal how the remaining members of the PKTT would have to have the following responsibilities. I'm not going to read that out. That's for the record. That's at paragraph 138 at page 44 of General Masimola's affidavit. Then the General reproduces this plan at paragraph 139, and that is where you say there was some kind of an agreement or consensus or whatever. It says there, submit the final close-up report to the Minister 31 March 2025. But then at 140, the National Commissioner says, on 27 March 2025, a follow-up meeting was held regarding the implementation of the PKTT disbandment plan. In attendance at this meeting was the Minister, the 2 Deputy Ministers, Lieutenant General Sentumile, Lieutenant General Sibiya, Lieutenant General Khumalo, and a Lieutenant Colonel, and me. I must mention that the PKTT portion of the meeting, the other 10 attendees appearing on the list was not present in the meeting. Furthermore, the Lieutenant Colonel's name doesn't appear on the attendance list, but she was in attendance in the meeting during the presentation on the PKTT, as she accompanied Lieutenant General Khumalo, and understood that she had assisted in the presentation of the preparation of the presentation. When the PKTT disbandment agenda item was discussed, the minister became visibly angry. At this point, I, together with Lieutenant General Khumalo, was still proposing that the disbandment not be implemented, but if it was going to be implemented, that it be a gradual disbandment as proposed and agreed in the 6th of March 2025 meeting. I have no idea what transpired after the 6th of March meeting that had such a significant influence on the minister. He was now completely against the agreed gradual approach and reverted to the immediate disbandment. The minister appeared to be angered by the fact that the statistics presented to him in the meeting showed that the PKTT members were still working and had made progress as reported by Lieutenant General Khumalo in the meeting. So, Lieutenant General Sibiya, for your comment, this is what the National Commissioner said. There was going to be the bottom line is no immediate disbandment. They will continue to do their work until these cases are finalized.
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
I agree with the fact that the National Commissioner didn't agree with immediate disbandment. And he actually produced a plan that speaks to the phasing out approach. And in that plan is that what was found. It's exactly what happened.
He also didn't agree with what you wrote there on the 24th of April in that letter which you handed me and which Brigadier Kuneni, the investigating officer, referred to in his affidavit, where it calls for the return of the dockets and effectively the disbandment of the PKTT by I think also the 24th or the end of April.
Remember that, Chair and members, the National Commissioner never made it visibly clear that he doesn't agree with the minister. And I'm sure he has said it many times, even in the commissions, in particular at the Madlanga commissions. He said he didn't really object. And they asked him, would you carry out with him an unlawful instructions? He did. He never visibly really said, no, I don't agree. The National Commissioner worked with everyone, with us. And he never indicated really that he's not in agreement. That's why he could come up with an action plan that he approved, the one of the 6th of March. And you remember that statement where he said, he instructed General Khumalo, and his instructions took precedence over mine. We were not in competition with the National Commission. He's the National Commissioner. Once he say left is left, once he say right is right. So to say his instruction took precedence over mine. Personally, I'm saying whatever that happened on instruction of the National Commissioner, starting from the email that I received on the 3rd, leading to the action plan crafted by General Khumalo, leading to the docket being brought over as per the action plan. Everything that happened because the National Commissioner gave that instruction.
Well, it doesn't appear from
Senior Counsel.
Sorry.
I just want to bring this matter to the attention of the House. There are South Africans who are following these proceedings, and at times they struggle to hear us. I don't know whether the problem is the sound of the respective devices that they are using at their houses. But if we can try and help the Republic so that we do not get a regular feedback about people complaining about the sound that they struggle to hear us. If we can we can try and help them. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. But you see, the National Commissioner's position remains consistent with respect. And this is apparent from his evidence, and I'm reading to you again from his affidavit, because you will recall that you submitted a proposal for additional funding. Why? Because the PKTT was going to be disbanded. You asked for additional funding, clearly not for the PKTT. It was for the continuation of the work of the PKTT, whose dockets you had now requested to be returned, and this work was presumably going to be allocated elsewhere. So on the 22nd of July, and this I think this is while you were at home, on the 22nd of July, the National Commissioner disapproved your request for funding for the investigation of the 121 political task team killing dockets proposed by Major General Motsepe and recommended by yourself. This was in essence a proposal for the 121 dockets to be investigated and finalized by the Serious and Violent Crime Investigation, Murder and Robbery Section. And then the funding request by you is attached. And then the National Commissioner says, I disapproved the funding because it was essentially a duplication of the PKTT's mandate. I also questioned why the dockets are at headquarters when it was agreed that some dockets from the PKTT be returned to the station of origin. And that is still the case until today, Lieutenant General Sibiya, and you accept that?
No, I don't agree. And it is
You don't agree with what? I'm saying the position as far as the PKTT is concerned, they still remain in place. They still investigate all these dockets. They've been returned. They're working on them. They're processing them. They're proceeding with prosecutions, etc. And they have now been extended until 26 March 2026. I thought we agreed that earlier. Those are the objective facts.
Council, you give me a wrong proposal, and when you ask me, do you agree? And I say no, and you say you don't agree with what? I'm saying to you now, Council, when the dockets were collected and were taken to General Mkhwanazi, he rejected. And when he rejected the docket, they informed, General Sintumule immediately informed the National Commission. The National Commissioner said, let General Sibiya make a plan, the DNC make a plan. Then they put a team together, and General Motsepe prepared a report and a request for a budget for the members to go down and carry on with these investigations. It's not a question of we were disbanding and then starting something new. We can't close a task team only to start another one. That was not the idea. And I'm sure we all agree that General Mkhwanazi did agree that he refused to accept the docket because he says he was not told how the docket left. When he found out how the docket left, he immediately said, no, I don't want them, let them go back to where they can take them to General Sibiya's office. And I also want to make sure that, because Council, there's somewhere where I wanted to highlight that General Mkhwanazi did, in his statement, when where he made a statement here and at Maglanga where there is a contradiction, because at one moment he said he spoke to General Kumalo and asked General, or he was informed by General Kumalo as to what happened, why are the dockets there. The first time he got to know about the fact that the dockets are ahead of the office, he said is when he got a call from General Sintumu. And the second time around, he says, no, there was a case management plan or discussion in KZN, and there's a colonel who told him that no, the dockets are at head office. So he gave two contradictory statements. So I just want to.
But General Sibiya, with respect,
Yes, Council.
the fact that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi refused to accept the dockets is neither here nor there. He never had the documents in his possession or under his control. The person who was responsible for the dockets was the project team leader, and that is Brigadier General Kumalo. So when the dockets are returned to General Mkhwanazi, he says, oh, why are you bringing it to me? I've never had these dockets. What must I do the dockets? So I would submit to you with respect that that's neither here nor there, that he refused to take the dockets back. Surely, and that's also what he said in his evidence.
No,
just to round it off, that these dockets must be returned in the way they were taken away in the first place.
No, Chair. Let us look at this thing for what it is. The dockets were taken to General Sintumule, who is the Divisional Commissioner of Detectives, who is the custodian of these dockets, called General Mkopozi, who is the Deputy Provincial Commissioner for Crime Detection, that I'm bringing this docket down there. And the general said, let me hear from the PC if I can receive this docket. The provincial commissioner said, I don't want this docket in my province. Take them to General Sibiya's office. And that is a fact. That is what happened. He doesn't deny that he said that.
In fact, he wasn't even aware, General Sibiya, that the dockets had been removed. I mean, this was only confirmed on the 20th of May, according to his statement, at a case flow management meeting, when he subsequently learned that the dockets were handed over on your instructions.
I need a statement where he says, I learned for the first time when I received a call from General Sintumule about the dockets. And that's when I got to know that there are dockets. The dockets are not here. He gave two versions, different versions. And those two different versions cannot be mixed. They cannot be ignored as well. They must be put together on different affidavits.
General Sibiya, I'm submitting to you that we will be here even longer if we must dwell on this issue. I am saying to you that it is of no moment. What we were discussing was whether or not the directive of the minister on the 31st of December to disestablish the task team immediately, whether that was ever implemented. It clearly appears to be the case from our interaction, from our discussion, from what I've put to you, from what you've put to the honorable members before this committee, that was not the case. It was never implemented immediately. There were differences. Maybe we can leave it at that. There were differences with this plan. But at the end of the day, we know that the PKTT still exists and is still in operation.
I agree. It was never implemented fully, but what happened is exactly in terms of the action plan that says this is what is going to unfold. We are going to be taking the docket. The phase-out approach talks about 3 stages. The first stage being to take the docket to Murder and Robbery Unit, which was presented by General Khumalo in cabinet, in Parliament, Portfolio Committee, and the very next day at the meeting of the 6th. Now, that is what they were implementing in phases. The first phase being to take the dockets to the Murder and Robbery Units. That is why the other dockets and instruction was given that they be, the 3 dockets and instruction was given that they be sent to Eastern Cape, Umtata. But the bottom line is that what the National Commissioner and General Khumalo presented on the 6th, that we are going to face it in, is what happened. The bringing of the docket is the first phase. And remember that the National Commissioner had already said he gave an instruction and even told them that ignore that one, to ignore my instructions, and of which the National Commissioner is allowed to do that. So whatever that flowed thereafter from General Khumalo cannot say, or anybody for that matter cannot say, yeah, but you gave these instructions and it was complied with. Already the National Commissioner instructed General Khumalo to say, ignore that one, or ignore this. This is where we are going now. So there's no way any other person can listen to me over and above the National Commissioner, especially knowing the position of the National Commissioner. So General Khumalo cannot here come and say, or General Sintumule cannot say, I was instructed by General Sibiya. The bottom line is, the National Commissioner said, Khumalo, do this. And that is the report that was presented before the minister. That includes the phase-out approach. Now, when we talk about the phase-out approach, this is what the National Commissioner said, we are going to do it in terms of the phase-out approach. Now, the phase-out approach, let's spell it out. The first phase is bringing the dockets that are under investigation. The second phase means the dockets that are in court for decision and in between. The third phase being the court dockets that had to now be carrying on until their finalization. To an extent that they, in their presentation, they even said most of the cases will actually end in 2025, which was not correct. We're almost towards the end of 2025 and they are far from being over. These are court dockets. You cannot say they will all end in 2025. But of importance is the fact that the first phase says to deliver the dockets to Murder and Robbery where they belong.
Can we perhaps look at a few aspects that's but more favorable to you?
Well, everything should be favorable.
At paragraph 85 of your statement on page 27.
27.
Yeah. Have you got it there? 27 of your statement.
Yeah, or 27 of my statement.
Of your statement, yeah, paragraph.
I've got it, Councillor.
The docket once open is in the custody and control of the detective, and I, as the Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection, am responsible for all the dockets in the country, including those that are with the DPCI and IPID. All dockets in the country at all police stations fall under your responsibility. And I want to reference, if I can go to the information note at page 60 of the core bundle. And specifically page 62 at paragraph 3.5.1. Maybe you can read 3.5.1A.
Page 60,
62, paragraph 3.5.1.
yeah. This is a business case submission to improve the performance of the detectives in accordance with the SAP's annual performance plan. This is a document that I drafted for the approval of the National Commissioner that seeks to improve the performance of the detectives. Now, it reads thus: the purpose of this document information note is to provide the National Commissioner with the situational analysis of the detective performance and the proposed measures to improve it in accordance with the SAP's annual performance plan. The crime detection consists of 3 divisions, that is the detective, forensic services, and crime intelligence. And the value chain of crime detection is defined at the time a crime is reported until prosecution, and further enables the department to effectively combat and investigate crime through adequate training and resourcing for crime detection. So
Can I ask you to fast forward, please, to paragraph 3.5.1 small a on page 62.
Dockets allocated to various investigation environments. The Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection is the custodian of all case dockets within the South African Police Service. However, there are case dockets that are investigated by other environments for whom the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection has no control over, whilst he must account for such docket. These case dockets are taken into account when the performance of the detective service is being measured. The table below is an indication of the total case dockets not under the control of the DNC crime detection. Now,
so let us just don't want to spend too much time on this. You want to expand on it. It seems to me that your statement in your at paragraph 85 on page 27 is supported by this document, this plan, which you say was approved by the National Commissioner.
yes, Councillor.
And it does, however, say at 3.5.1 small a, however, there are case dockets that are investigated by other environments for whom the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection has no control over, whilst he must account for such dockets.
Yes.
So it seems a bit unfair. You must still account for them, but you don't have any control over it.
That is what we are correcting.
Now, isn't the PKTT one of such
No,
environments?
no, it's not.
Or are you referring to IPID?
Can I read them into the record? We have national components such as the borderline operations. We've got chemical monitoring, counterintelligence investigation, crime intelligence gathering, cybercrime investigation, PCR, Directorate Independent Complaints. We have flash services. We've got Interpol, narcotic investigation, coordination, National Head Directorate for Priority Crime. We've got also National Priority Violent Crime, National and Transport Organized Crime Groups, Non-Ferrous Metals, Organized Crime Desk, Precious Metals, Priority Crime Management Center, Sector Investigation, SANEP Project, seconded members of other organizations. Now, Serious Commercial Crime Investigation, Serious Economic Offenses, Serious Organized Crime Investigation Unit. This is just head office national. Now, when you go to the East, and the total number of dockets there is 1,133. So those dockets are the dockets that are somewhere at head office, but not under the detectives. I need to know where are those dockets because the system says it's still open. In the Eastern Cape, we've got 2,305 case dockets that are like the Eastern Cape banking and electronic crime, Eastern Cape crimes against the state, Eastern Cape fraud and statute, Eastern Cape serial and electronic. So when you go according to the provinces, you can see the total number of case dockets. Now, these dockets are all over the country, and when you look at and you concentrate and you go further, you will see that The same as for the case dockets being investigated by the Independent Police Directorate, IP. These case dockets are also taken into account when the performance of the detective is being measured. But neither the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, the Provincial Commissioner, or the Deputy Provincial Commissioner Crime Detection has any control over these dockets. Currently, there are 26,795 case dockets under the investigation of IP. In other words, there are these dockets that are at IPIT. Starting from when IPIT started, they signed for dockets from the police station. When they close the docket, they don't return the docket to the station, get filed somewhere in IPIT offices. Now, the system is open, this side. But once you push for all the dockets that are at IPIT, that are at the DPCI, all those respective environment, your system improves, the performance of the detective improves. That is why you will see that you have 40,929 outstanding for more than 2 years are with DPCI, and the DNC crime detection has no control over this docket. There are more dockets at the units under the DPCI, but there is currently no system in place to draw the total of all cases within the DPCI. This also impacts negatively on the performance of the detective service, as the performance is calculated with the case docket taken into consideration. Now, we've got heavy workload of the detectives, and the table below dictated the total docket carried by members of investigating units. Now, when you look at the members, we've got 184,935 case dockets. And you look at the total case docket, members who are carrying between 1 and 50 dockets. We have 2,651 members who are carrying between 1 to 50. Members who are carrying 50 to 100 dockets, we've got 648 in the country. Members who are, no, this is the Eastern Cape alone. 101 to 200 cases is 450. Those that are carrying between 200 and 300 cases on hand, and one person carrying between 200 and 300 cases, you find that you've got 118 members. Now you've got members that are carrying 500 to 600 dockets, one person, we've got 7. And then those that are carrying 601 and more is 4. And then we've got a specific number, I've got a name here in Mtata, who's got the highest workload of 685. I don't know the situation.
So General, just to interrupt you there, sorry. There were then ultimately recommendations of how to improve the performance of the detective service, isn't it? And that you'll find at page 84. There were these recommendations that were made, and they were approved by the Divisional Commander, Detective and Forensic Services, HK Sentumele, on the 20th of February 2024. They were approved by you on the 22nd of February 2024. And they were approved by the National Commissioner on the 10th of March 2024, although he says 6.1.1 approved. Are you at 84? 6.1.1 is the DPCI and IPIT have their own SEPS 6 on the EIS. He approves that, but he says 6.1.2 not approved. All case dockets at Crime Intelligence, POPs, ORS to be returned to the detective service environment. 6.1.3 is approved. 6.1.4 approved. 6.1.5, he says that requires expand or explanation or meaning, not approved. 6.1.5 is the National Commissioner to direct all provincial commissioners to implement a docket reduction strategy, in brackets recovery plan, and then the other recommendations are approved.
That's
So,
correct.
so that would have been the status quo until it's changed. Has it changed since then?
No, it doesn't change. Here, I was just actually highlighting the fact that we've got, as detectives, we've got dockets scattered all over the country that we cannot account. And we've got dockets that are open for more than 10 years in the system. Others are open for 20 years in the system. Others are open for 15 years. Where are those dockets? So that is why I make this presentation that actually seeks to make sure that we know how many dockets we have. And then if we know how many dockets we have, why do we still have a simple assault case open for 5 years? Why must it take so long? Why do we have a docket that hasn't been attended to for more than 10 years? Where is that docket? Why is it open? So this is when we need to make sure now that we cover that, we close the gap in making sure that in the system, what we have is dockets that are alive. Now we've got many dockets that we cannot account for years. And to an extent that at some point we even received a query from correctional services that there are certain inmates that you find that every month or second month their docket get postponed for 5 months. They've been in prison for quite too long. Their dockets are not being finalized because they keep on being postponed. So this seeks to address issues like those.
But General Sibiya, I can reference, and these are your documents. You put them into the bundle, in the core bundle. At 87 and 88, you address the issue of poor performance of the detective service. So it's all commendable. You even address IPID. And also at page 90, you address the Provincial Commissioner Eastern Cape on the alleged poor performance, demanding feedback from them by the 29th. But if you look at all of that, you don't see any reference to the PKTT.
Because it was never an issue in my case, the issue of the PKTT is a test team that was running and it doesn't form part of this. It was not even a focal point on my side. Here I was addressing the whole country, looking at the crime levels and how to improve the performance of the detectives.
The other document, there was reference to it, but we also know that this report at page 54 to 59, which was drafted by Motsepi, that was after the July 2025 briefing. And his conclusion is that at page 59, where at paragraph 3.18, he comments that the disbandment of the political task team is partially disbanded as they still carry dockets to court and dockets which are sent to and from senior public prosecutor. Conclusion. The statement of the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal during the media briefing is incorrect, that the dockets are gathering dust in the office of the Deputy National Commissioner crime detection because the team were analyzing and inspecting the dockets, and extra funding is requested from the Office of Chief Financial Officer to finalize the investigations in order to render service delivery and justice to the deceased families, as the investigators are expected to conduct the investigation in KwaZulu-Natal, and the budget of Division Detective and Forensic Services cannot cover investigation-related expenses. That was the Motsepe report,
Yes, that is the.
which I read to you earlier, which the National Commissioner said he disapproved of. He didn't agree.
Yes.
But again, as I said, you know, these are the kind of things that happen, which seem to support your approach to how the matter should be handled, how the PKTT dockets saga should be handled.
Council, on when this report that you call a Motsepe report was crafted or was drafted, it was after the press briefing by the Provincial Commission on the 6th of July. Now, we needed to make sure that there was a report as they conducted an inspection. They received the dockets and they realized that, but what the Provincial Commissioner is saying that the dockets are gathering, that is not true. And then they conducted, because they had conducted an inspection on all these dockets. He said they are not being attended to. And if I can refer the Honorable Chair and members to the page page it starts now on the on page 234.
Sorry,
Page 234
234 of
of
Your-
main file.
okay, your bundle. SBA 19.
Yes.
Okay.
It is important to take the members through this document. This is the 121 dockets spoken about. Progress report on political killing cases. When you look at this docket, let's look at first page, which is a hiding and it's a double murder and attempted murder. It was reported on the 20th of 2016. And this one affects an ANC councillor. The last time it was, last day of investigation date, it was on the 2023-03-24. So in order to assist the honorable members on how to go through this document, you can see it has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns. Now, when you look at 1, 2, 3, the fourth column, and you see the date on which this matter, the last day of investigation, you will realize that as you continue to page.
Okay, so just to contextualize, this is an analysis of the dockets that were handed over from page 234 to 300 SB 19.
Yes.
So who prepared or who did this analysis? You didn't do it yourself.
No, I've never
You've
been
actually
involved
never
in the
physically
process.
had any of the documents.
I've never seen
You've
any
never opened
docket.
any of these.
Never opened, never seen anything,
you-
never reached my office
You just got this report.
from the team. Now, when you look at this docket, and let me hasten to also mention that all these dockets are KZN dockets, plus maybe the last three of Umtata, the three, to make 121. No Gauteng matter is here, no Katiso Molefe, no Ket Matlala here. These are all KZN, those dockets that were handed over. So now when you go, you will see that, let's say two, Mpofu-Walsh, it's a double matter. And it's not political related, this one. It is just a matter where the deceased was shot while sleeping in their house. So we also have, you look at number 3, Denauza. At Denauza, it's a house robbery and theft. It is not politically related as well, as you can see. And then even when you page, or you look at the last date of investigation, you go to Kwanongoma, robbery, waiting with a firearm. The last day of investigation was the 15th of 12/2024, and it's taxi related. And then look at the Muden, it's murder that was opened in 2021. The last day of investigation was 2022-02-24, and it's a traditional leader case. Now, this is one of the dockets where you've heard the General Mkwanazi saying that some of the dockets were at the stage of arrest. Here, the situation is charge of pointing of firearm is outstanding, J50 to be signed, arrest second suspect, Begin Zita, also and so, place the docket on court roll. Now, it does not necessarily mean that it was really ready to just go and arrest, because you still have to take it to the prosecutor to sign the J50 warrant of arrest. But since this docket will be seen for the first time by a new investigator who will have to acclimatize, study the dockets, consult with the prosecutor, then act on it. But without wasting time on this docket, if you keep on opening like this at number 7, you will see that the last date here is 2020-03-30. The docket were not gathering dust in my office for 3 months when this docket was not attended to since 2020. It was never opened.
So can we just summarize the point of wanting to show this to the honorable?
I really want to
members?
summarize, Council, but I must also say that this is the crux of the 121 dockets that were taken to head office gathering dust. Now
Yes,
it is
one is, not all of them are political killings.
not all of them are political killings. Some are drugs related. Some are just traditional land
Taxi
related
violence,
cases.
drug related,
Taxi violence.
leaders.
Yes.
So it's a whole range of things which come up ordinarily in the, or there's nothing specific, nothing special about it.
But of importance, let's go to 237. I just want to demonstrate at the goal where we say in Umlazi, in Escort, in Thornville. This docket of Umlazi, the last day of investigation is 2023-08-16. That's when an entry was made in that docket. It was already gathering dust, not being attended to. When you look at Escort 1, 2019-07-21, the last day when this docket was open. 2021-06, Thornville. Now you go on and on and on the whole list as you go paging, you will see that these dockets were really not being attended to. This 121 docket that is much being spoken about, no, they were dead already, put in a corner, not being attended to. There was no agency here. Even when I'm saying to this committee, they can call for those dockets and even call General Motsebe to say, all right, let's see that the press briefing was General Mkwanazi telling the truth to the nation, or was he misleading the nation when he was saying the docket of the political dust team have been called by General Sibiya, they're sitting in his office, gathering dust in his office, making the country angry with lies. Here are the dockets, and I'm still saying this ad hoc committee can call for those dockets just to demonstrate, because they are there. We also have copies of this type of docket. If you go paging through step by step, you will see that this docket, it doesn't matter which page you choose. You go, let's say I went to 250, now you can see 2021-09-06. That was the last date of writing in this case docket. So all I want to say, honorable members, let's go to 279. The last, this one is 2018-12-2026. 2018. Now, you go the one above is 2022-06-01, 11. So I'm just demonstrating to this house that there's nothing like the dockets were gathering dust in General Sibiya's office not being attended to. Let us be fair to the process and let us tell the people of South Africa the truth.
So you deal with this at page 31, paragraphs 101 to 103 of your statement.
Page
31, paragraphs 101 to 103.
Sorry?
Honorable
Have you got the general?
Going to page 31.
It's 31. There's a subheading there, status of the.
May we please take Honorable Nolo?
Chair, thank you. I don't want the general to leave us confused. For example, he has made an example of the docket number 5 model, where it says outstanding. The prosecutor must sign the J50 to be signed. Then the next step is arrest. So my understanding of this, which is reflected in the report, is that there was an imminent arrest here. But we continuously get confused because the general keeps on saying, this does not mean that really there was going to be an arrest, sorry. So we are getting confused in the, from that angle. We don't understand. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, if Muden, this docket, the last time it was opened, it is 2022-08-24. That is on the 24th of August, 2022. And the status says J50 to be signed. From 2022 to 2025, why didn't they arrest this person? Where was the docket? Yes, it is there in the docket. But from 2022 today to when the dockets were handed over, why would you want to blame 3 months over 3 years? 3 years the dockets were with you, you didn't arrest. For 3 months the dockets are at head office, and after you rejected them after all, then you say you address the nation and you say dockets are taken by General Sibiya, they're at head office, they are gathering dust. When you rejected them first time around, it's not fair. And I wish the nation can also register that point that they were misled.
Chair, I'm satisfied with that, Chair. So, thank you.
You can proceed, Senior Counsel.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I almost said Comrade Chair. It's that time of the night when you get a bit tongue twisted. But you dealt with this General Sibiya at 101, 102, and
at 103, perhaps you want to read that concluding paragraph on page 32, 103.
Can I read from 101?
Yes.
There's a hand behind.
Before you read, let's take the hand of Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. You know, the evidence leader was saying he apologized, but we didn't hear him well because he was not on the mic. Can you please clarify exactly that? Thank you.
He apologizes for what?
Saying he apologized too, but we could not hear him well because he was talking, you know, not on the mic. Oh, there was not. I'm saying, what was he saying? Because he was talking somewhere on the corner there. Thank you.
Okay. You know, sometimes when we have moments like this, I'm going to ask honorable members to stretch their arms. Those light exercises. Okay, no, it's fine. Let's come back to business. Senior Counsel.
General Sibiya wanted, thank you, Honorable Chair. He wanted to read paragraphs 101, 102, and 103 into the record. It's page 31 and 32 of his statement.
I just want to say, honorable members and Chair, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi said during his press briefing that the dockets were taken to head office, to General Sibiya's office, and that the dockets were gathered in dust in his office, in my office. He further said that some of the investigations were nearing an arrest stage. I just demonstrated that they were never in my office and they were never gathered in dust, and he rejected them. This is not true. The dockets were not in my office. It was provided with a report on the status of the investigation of the dockets, and the reports on the dockets was prepared by General Motsepe, who I would suggest that the honorable, this committee, ad hoc committee, should in fact really request General Motsepe to come and clarify some of this, because she's the drafter of the report, and she together with her team are the one who compiled that report. But of importance, I want to say it appeared from the report that some of the dockets were last looked at 5 years ago and some 4 years ago. This means that the dockets were gathering dust for many years. And a copy of the report on the 121 docket is attached as SB 19. Now, I want to say that really I'm failing to connect the statement of General Mkhwanazi when he said, when we took the dockets, we thought that the dockets of Katiso Molefe and Ket Matlala, or the Big Five, are included. Therefore, we missed the target. It defies logic because all these dockets are KZN dockets, and the persons to whom they were referred to are all in Gauteng, and the dockets would be in Gauteng. There is no basis for belief that the KZN dockets would contain Gauteng cases. Such a statement is designed to mislead the public. Now, I'm just saying, the task team, the fact that apparently they were asked or requested to come and assist Gauteng, I think somebody needed a reason to say, Mare, how can we say this docket were being disbanded, this unit is being disbanded because of these matters of the Big Five? No. This thing comes back a long way, not influenced by anything, but purely by the circumstances. Starting from even when the CFO said, post the elections, this task team must be deactivated. It has got nothing to do with what was happening in Gauteng. Now, when you say it is because of what was happening in Gauteng on the Katiso Molefe or Ket Matala, the Provincial Commissioner of KZN says in his address There was a white man by the name of Mesasort who was arrested in Vereeniging, who works for QTEX. And I want to commend the people of the members of Gauteng, because when the KZN team came or arrived, they had already effected arrest before his arrival. They have arrested. In fact, they were arrested same day by members by the metro. Then he says, "Let me pause. But I want to know, what did General Sibiya do there? I played no role. I didn't know about the matter. I never called for a docket. I never did anything. Now you say, all right, Katiso Mulefe's arrest. On such and such a day, members of the PKTT went to arrest Katiso Mulefe. Calls were coming in and say, we see black cars. We don't know whether it's robbery in progress or what is going on. Now they say, all right, he says a team was dispatched from head office. When they got there, they found that the members were doing their work. And they left because the members explained themselves and produced their IDs, and the members of the DPCI left. What did General Sibiya do? I was nowhere near the picture. I didn't do anything. I never did anything. I was not involved. How do I get associated with the fact that we took the dockets because of that? Those are the challenges that I really want to know. Why, even if someone hates you, but don't lie to the public. Let's go.
Can I assist you and refer you to pages 23 and 24 to the top of 25, where you deal with the operations of the PKTT and the alleged involvement of organized crime. You deal with it from paragraph 68 through to 75.
May I just be allowed, Chair, please, to finish or push this paragraph 103? Because it is also significant. Now, in paragraph 103, General Mkhwanazi sent a team of 10 people to head office after his press briefing on the 6th of July, 2025, who wanted to take pictures of the docket. General Motsepe, however, refused because the president announced that there would be a commission of inquiry. The National Commissioner called General Motsepe thereafter and informed her that the team sent by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi just want to take pictures on the dockets. General Motsepe still refused and said, and kept the dockets locked in her office. Now, General Mkhwanazi goes and addresses the nation. He doesn't have information of what he's talking about. He addressed the nation and said the dockets were taken. They are at head office, sitting and locked somewhere in General Sibiya's archives. I don't have archives. I don't have safe in my office. Now, having realized that, but he lied to the nation, he sent a team of 10 people to say, go and inspect those dockets. You can't go address the nation, then you want to go and inspect after a fact. Now, they say, no, but General Motsepe says, no, but you already addressed the nation. Now, this is for the commission now. Let's wait. Now, the National Commission then calls and says, no, Cookie, they just want to take pictures. No. They said what they said. Now they want to take pictures so that they must justify. Now, for them to get the docket, then an investigating officer gets appointed in my disciplinary hearing, which is General Patekile. General Patekile then comes wearing a cap that says, I'm the investigating officer. I'm investigating the charges against General Sibiya for defeating the ends of justice, then takes the docket to General Mkhwanazi and National Commissioner at the college. Now they sit with those dockets. With General Makashalala, they go through the dockets now on their own. And they can see, because when they took the docket, together with General Makashalala, they could see that, but this docket were not being attended. They were never attended to. And what did they do? They realized that should this docket go to the commission as they are, we might be exposed. What do? An instruction get given that let this docket go to KZN. That's when there was that information that says, but why now taking the docket to KZN, because this docket must be seen by the commission. That's when it was said that the dockets, copies were made of the dockets, but there are copies of the docket that can show for a fact that these dockets were not attended to for a period of time, for a number of years. They were there. So I've exhausted this part. I just wanted to demonstrate that part, that it is my prayer that General Motsepe be summoned by this House to just come in and clarify certain things. And then, can I proceed, Chair? Where must I proceed, Council? I say I'm ready to proceed, or should I just proceed? That's correct.
So, yeah, I was dealing with your involvement or knowledge of the operations of the PKTT and organized crime in Gauteng, and you deal with it from paragraph 68 through to 75 on page 24 and 25. At paragraph 70, let's start at 69. You say the investigations referred to in Gauteng were headed by Brigadier Kopani of the Organized Crime Unit, who reports to Major General Khumalo, who is the Deputy Provincial Commissioner, Crime Detection. I was aware that Lieutenant General Khumalo of the PKTT was also part of the investigating team, but the investigations were headed by organized crime.
Chair, please assist me to get the page. Where?
Page 23 of your statement.
Page 23. I've got it.
Okay, so I was just reading back paragraph 69. You want me to repeat it?
Yes, the investigations referred to in Gauteng were headed by Brigadier Kopani of the Organized Crime Unit, who reports to Major General Khumalo, who is the Deputy Provincial Commissioner, Crime Detection. I was aware that Lieutenant General Khumalo of the PKTT was also part of the investigating team, but the investigation were headed by organized crime. Now,
so you can read the next paragraph too?
I was not aware that the Gauteng Organized Crime Unit made a request to the PKTT for assistance to investigate and dismantle the organized crime syndicate operating in their country, and which is said to be controlled in Gauteng province. I was also not aware that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi deployed members of the PKTT to support the Gauteng Organized Crime Unit. Now, personally, members, I want to believe that this thing of saying we are sending PKTT to assist members in Gauteng of the cartel against the cartels that is operating in Gauteng, it's not true. It's not correct. Not true completely. What is happening here, it is something that was actually planned, carefully planned, to be able to fight to fight and defy the instruction of disbandment of the PKTT, because these cases were really running. The case of Swar, Mr. Swar, was resolved already. The case of that involved maybe Katiso Molefe, it was well under investigation, and it was running, and there was no interference from my part, at least, that says do this or don't do this from my side at all. Now, to say now we know that the reason for the disbandment of the PKTT is because of there was this connection with the drug cartel. And yet, when you look at all the cases that are here are KZN cases. Nothing to do with Gauteng. Now you just say, no, we received this request to go and assist. The process started long time ago of disbandment. It started long time ago. It didn't start because of these cases, these two cases. If the reason why was to protect those ones, I think they would have done with these cases a long time ago and not even bring all the cases, the 121 dockets and disband the whole task team just because of those two cases. I don't think it's fair or it's correct. It can't be correct. It's not true. So as far as I'm concerned, somebody needed a reason to be able to fight back and push back on this thing.
So you said paragraph 72, I also do not know who authorized the operation between organized crime and members of PKTT.
Yes, because at some point, the PC of Gauteng didn't know. And then you will hear different explanations where General Mukwanazi said, we received from organized crime. And then I heard him also saying that, no, it so happened that they were working with General Kumalo of crime intelligence, and when they realized that there are cartels, then it became a counterintelligence matter under General Kumalo. And then as a result, it became a counterintelligence measure under General Kumalo. And then that's when they come in, and then because he requested assistance back home in KZN. And then that's how they got in. Now, when they came in there, they say when we realized that this team is running around, they are conducting investigation, and then that's when we disbanded and we missed the target because we thought that those dockets are part of the 121 dockets. No, it's not correct.
Okay. And the arrest of Mr. Katiso Molefe, were you aware of that? Were you involved in that at all?
I was not aware at all, and I was not involved. I don't even know the facts, the detailed facts of the case. I do know for a fact that now they're talking about being involved in the murder of Mr. Swart somewhere there. And then I also heard that it's somehow connected to DJ somebody. But safe to say for me that as the Deputy National Commissioner for Crime Detection, I don't always get involved on the day-to-day cases that are running. If a case is running smooth, I don't get involved. If there are challenges and I'm approached either by the National Commissioner or the Deputy Minister or the Minister, or let's say a family is complaining, I jump in. And I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of, if you remember the Lusikisiki 18, because it was a national crisis. I mean, 18 people, family members wiped out. I went to Eastern Cape. I spent almost 2 weeks there running on the ground with the members. We arrested all of them. If you remember the case of the journalist in Mpumalanga with the wife, the team were running smoothly.
You were in Lusikisiki.
I was in Lusikisiki.
The minister was also there.
He was not there. He came there with the management for a visit, for a briefing. I'm the one who briefed them there.
And they said that Brown Mkhotsi was also there.
No, it's not true.
Did you not see him there?
Well, we were at the police station in a hall like this, and then there was no Brown.
Okay, I interrupted you.
Now, the one of Mpumalanga, the journalist that was murdered there in Mpumalanga, it actually disappeared and nobody knew where they were together with the wife. I was called by one journalist and say, General, can you please assist also, get involved in this thing? I called for a meeting on a Sunday, Asari. I called for a meeting on Sunday morning, called all the investigators, even in Gauteng, intelligence, everybody. We met in Mamelodi on a Sunday and we launched an operation. I went with them there from we went. And in 2, 3, 4, 5 days, we traced the bodies in the bush. We resolved the case. I jumped in when there's a need. I don't interfere in cases. So I was just saying, it's not like one is interfering in cases, and it must be known that I get involved in all the cases throughout the country, including the AKA matter. Including the AKA matter. I spoke to the parents of the other parents, not the parents of AK, but I spoke and I went with the spokesperson there. We were involved. So a lot of cases we get involved. We're not interfering, but it shouldn't be that when it suits somebody, because somebody showed interest in a particular matter. No, he showed interest because he wanted to do 1, 2, 3, 4. It's my job to get involved in nationally in all the cases.
So is it your evidence that the disbandment of the PKTT or the attempt to have it disbanded, because we know as a fact it hasn't been disbanded, is the attempt to disband it, does it have anything to do with organized crime in Gauteng or anywhere else in the country?
Not at all.
Is there anything that appears from the Molefe report on what is contained in the docket or referred to in any of the dockets? Does it relate to or link up with organized crime in Gauteng?
Firstly, I haven't seen a Molefe report. I haven't seen any report. I haven't seen any docket. I've never been involved in any docket. So in this case of whether Katiso Molefe of Mr. Swarto, I don't know anything. But what I know is that in the 121 dockets that I have, there's no Katiso Molefe, there's no Mr. Matala there. The only thing that I must mention, though, is that what I know is at some point I got a complaint from Forensic Science Laboratory. It was the general responsible for the component there to say members of the PKTT went and they summoned the official that is involved, the ballistic expert. They called the ballistic expert from home in Loate under the pretext that the prosecutor wanted him to correct a 212 statement, and they asked him where he was at home, and then they called him to the police station. Then from there, and it was a team of armed, some in camouflage uniform and some in your NIU uniform. And then they took him to his office to open the office of the ballistic at night, which cannot be done. It shouldn't be allowed, and it was wrong. They then forced him to open the office, and they were there interrogating him, and they demanded to take the files. They took the files and the laptop of an forensic expert, the ballistic expert. They took even the files of the PKTT, including guns, a gun or guns. And for them to be removed there, I think they called highway patrol but they called another unit of the police to come and have them removed there. And there was even a hostage negotiator called. I heard in one address, General Mkhwanazi saying, I don't know whether it was at Madlanga or at this ad hoc commission where he says, no, they are being influenced to open cases, to open a case. They spent a day with that person, they even bought him lunch. It's not true. We're sitting with affidavits, we're sitting with reports of the brigadiers and the generals that were reported to IPIT. And they even say when the docket, when the laptop came back, it was tampered with. They could not even open the laptop, it was tampered with. Now, that is being rogue. That is being rogue. And if this house really would allow also something like that and not question it, it's being rogue. You cannot have a disciplined member of the police unless you think you are above the law. You will go to the forensic department at night and force the forensic office to be open and seize some documents or the laptop. That laptop has lost its credibility as we speak. That laptop, it has been tampered with. Now, we must bear in mind, Chair, neither is General Mkhwanazi an investigator, doesn't know anything about investigation. Colonel Khumalo, Lieutenant Colonel Khumalo, was Mkhwanazi's driver. He's also investigating this thing. I don't know if General Khumalo's got investigation. I know he's investigating, but he's never been an investigator. I don't remember him being trained as an investigator, unless he's got that certificate that says he did investigation. I might be wrong. Now, the same member of the political killing task team members, including Lieutenant Colonel Khumalo, these are the team that are investigating, going, kicking the doors. There are so many cases opened. They went to Fort Hare University and they took money from accused number 1 at Fort Hare University. That matter is investigated by the DPCI. There is evidence, they don't deny, but nothing is happening. Why some of the people are above the law? They can do as they please. Nobody takes action because they are protected. We need to know how many cases were opened against these political killing task team members. They are there. No action is being taken because there are some powerful individuals that cannot be questioned. It's wrong. The country shouldn't allow this. They are here, they are operating, but yet they are suspects. No.
Can I ask whether, or what your thoughts are on whether Lieutenant General Khumalo can be your head of crime intelligence and serve as the head or the leader of the political killings task team?
It is very wrong.
Why is it wrong?
You cannot start from you being a brigadier at a lower level, major general, lieutenant general. You are still in charge of the political killing task team. The function of crime intelligence is to gather, collect, collate, analyze, and support the investigative capacities. You are crime intelligence. This country is suffering already in terms of intelligence. There's no intelligence in this country. Yes, they are doing a good job on the ground to a certain extent, but we are sitting with, tell me, who are the people that are killing the children in Hanover Park, Eldorado Park, the kingpins, the people that are behind? Who are the suppliers of the drugs, all the firearms, the proliferation of firearms? Who is behind the cash in transit? Where do they cook these drugs? The clandestine laboratories. We've got a number of criminal activities that are taking place. The hitmen that are all over from KZN, that are being supplied by KZN into the country as a whole. Let us be able to contain the situation. Crime intelligence needs to be able to tell us who's behind the touching of the trucks. Where are the people? So that we don't have a repeat of all this. So counterintelligence is struggling as we speak. And there's so much that they can still do, yet its leader is busy running around also conducting investigations. It's wrong. If you are in intelligence, be in intelligence, don't be seen anywhere, and focus on intelligence.
Senior Counsel, before you continue, I must take some notes here. General, you mentioned names of your colleagues who you say they went to collect money from a suspect.
Yes, they did. Hotel
in Forte.
In Forte, accused number 1, hotels were paid for them. They were bought clothes. They were rented vehicles, and the money was deposited into their bank account. I'm saying something that exists, that is there.
And who did you say are those colleagues of yours?
PKTT members. And I listened to when Judge Madlanga was asking the national.
I don't want you to elaborate. It's just a clarity seeking. So in my record, I must just say PKTT members.
Yes, I can mention names if there's a need, but in this case, I'm quite sure about what I'm talking about. These are the same members who went and kicked the doors at forensic and seized their laptop. These are not trained detectives.
How many are those members? Because it's like you are reluctant to give. How many are those members that you implicate in this bribery?
I have statements, I have reports, but they may be between 6 and 10.
Okay. And then the last, did I hear you properly when you say there is no crime intelligence in this country?
There is, but it can do better.
No. Just to check if I properly captured that statement. Did you say there is no crime intelligence in this country which will be knowing who is committing these criminal activities, the hitmen, this and that?
Chair, many of the operations that we see happening, like your crash in transit, they are there. They give information, but there's still a lot that can improve or where we are not winning the fight at all. And that is where I believe that crime intelligence should actually, that is why there was a meeting where the minister at some point wanted to know who's behind the drugs, the drug law, the drug cartels, who's behind the proliferation of firearms, who is killing people in these gang-infested areas, in all these areas. We need that kind of intelligence. Who are the kingpins behind the extortions?
So you, essentially, even if you may not repeat that statement, you are just saying that where you stand, you are unhappy with the progress that is being made.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I think I just wanted to understand that, but I see there are 2 honorable members who have, or 3. It will be Honorable Skosana, Honorable James, Honorable Ngola, in that order.
Thank you, Chair, once again. I think the clarity is not yet clear from the General, because what I've noted as well is that the General said there's no crime intelligence in this country. Now, I just want to capture, because I don't want to, when we start tomorrow, then it's like we are misleading the witness on the day. So this clarity, it doesn't come up clean, General. I think when you said there's no crime intelligence, do you really mean that there's no crime intelligence in the country, or something else? Because what you said on record is that in this country, there's no crime intelligence. I thank you, Chair.
Look, Chair, literally speaking, I don't say there is no crime intelligence. They don't exist. they exist, but there has been instances even where General Mkhwanazi himself is saying that in KZN then there's no crime intelligence really that is giving satisfactory performance there because you have a lot that is going on. There were instances where you find that there is cash in transit, sometimes 2, 3, 4 times in a day, even in the Eastern Cape. Yes, now we say we need crime intelligence that will immediately after crime has been committed. That day, that week, we need to already know who's involved. This is the crime intelligence that we are looking for. That is proactive. Many a times that will know things before they happen sometimes because they've got informers on the ground, they will know what is going on. I don't necessarily mean that there is no crime intelligence. And if this is what it meant or how it was understood, Chair, let me withdraw it now at this point in time.
What are you withdrawing, General?
The statement that says there's no crime intelligence, because I wasn't meaning literally speaking that there's no crime intelligence.
But the one that you said that you are not happy with the progress that crime intelligence is making, you stand by it?
I stand by it.
Okay, thank you so much. Honorable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. When General Sibiya spoke, he didn't mince his words. He was clear. He even qualified his statement. He qualified his statement. When General Mkhwanazi spoke, when General Masemola spoke, they all said the same thing. When we questioned General Masemola and the crime detection, which spoke to crime intelligence in this country, he said there's actually no, it doesn't exist. He did say that. All three of them said exactly the same thing. Yes, there's a unit called crime intelligence, but how effective is that unit? So he has withdrawn his statement now. So I'm not sure if this is even worth going into, but all three generals came here and they qualified and they spoke about exactly the same thing you're speaking about. And when General, when we have operations, that's the one thing we lack is intelligence. So let's be truthful here. Thank you.
So, Honorable James, you want him to restate?
I don't know what to say because he withdrew.
He says, where I stand, I'm not happy with the progress that crime intelligence is.
I don't know what to say, Chair, because he said there's no crime intelligence. But he qualified it by making examples, which I agree to. And I also reflected on the statements made by General Mkhwanazi as well as Masemola. But then he went and he withdrew it. So my input was based on what he said.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Solis, is your hand up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can I check who else want to speak so that we take the honorable members and we hand over to the senior counsel? So if your hand is up, Honorable Sol,
No, Chair.
it will be Honorable Ngola and then yourself. So those are the last hands of members that I'm taking. And it's now 21:52. So at some point around 10 o'clock, we should be starting to prepare ourselves for the 5th round.
No, thanks, Chair. Let's take it as withdrawn, the statement. It's fine. The second thing, Chair, which I think emanates from your first question. We are running an inquisitorial process here. And we are due to make an analysis of whether or not there's a necessity for us to do a second batch of witnesses. And at the center of the terms of reference of that committee is interference in the police service. Now, I don't think we should take the evidence of they and them as it is. General Sibiya must tell us who went to Forte by name, who went to Forte to solicit money or bribes or however you term it. From who is this accused number one? We may not be familiar about the details of the case. How much was solicited? I think we need that detail to be registered and recorded. Chair. Thanks.
Do you want him to say it now, or can he submit to?
He can submit, Chair.
Okay.
He can submit, it's fine.
Either way, General Sibiya, if you feel you may want to write that list, you said about 6 to 10. So the understanding is that 6 is the minimum number of names we can get. So if at some point during the proceedings, you feel like you may want to list the names, you can just say, Chair, I think I want to give you the names. Or if you want to submit a list, you will indicate and say, no, we will send you that list. Whatever way is comfortable, I mean, gives you comfort. I think we were fine. Honorable Souls.
No, Chair, I just wanted to say that not all of us understood the general to say that there's no crime intelligence. My interpretation of what the general was saying was that it can do better. Because how the question came about, SC asked the general, does he think it's a good idea for General Khumalo to be the head of PKTT and crime intelligence? He then responded and said, no, it's not a good idea. Why? Because his focus is split. And as a result of the split focus, crime intelligence as a division is suffering. That's how I understood it. So I just wanted to state for the record, not all of us interpreted it in that gesture.
So is that what you said, General Sibiya, that we are not convinced that it's ideal for General Khumalo to be head of crime intelligence?
It's very wrong to have his feet both in the investigation and in intelligence. He cannot be. If you are it's the first time also it happens like that. All the previous intelligence heads have never been running investigations and also running intelligence. You conduct investigation and you're not only focusing on political killing. You choose cases that you want to focus on. You want to go to Forte, you go take. Forte is not a PKTT. There are other cases, then they bring in traditional leaders cases, but in other areas in the country, they don't go. I just read about the one in Mpumalanga. Many cases of political killing testing, they are not involved. I can still mention the one of IFP who was killed 2-3 months ago. The IFP council, it was, I think, member of parliament was killed, but.
Yeah, I think what the member wants to understand, when you say it's not ideal, and now you emphasize it that it's very wrong. Are you saying it in terms of his abilities or in terms of division of labor? Because at some point you said, I think you made a statement like he was somebody's driver.
No.
And that he knows nothing about investigation. So if we can just understand that proper when you say it's very wrong to have him as head of intelligence, is it wrong because of his abilities? Is there a mismatch? Or is it wrong because the focus must be on one field and it's like there is a combination?
First, let's get it right, Chair. When you talk about the driver, there is a Lieutenant Colonel Khumalo.
Oh, okay.
And there is Major General Khumalo who's in Gauteng. And there is Divisional Commissioner Khumalo, who's the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence. So I say, if you are the head of intelligence, that's the position that you must take serious. You're carrying the country's intelligence. Your line of approach, your line of work and operations is to focus on intelligence work. and support the country on intelligence work. But let the investigators investigate. Let us intelligence people gather, collect, and collate and supply. That is the difference. Chair, I do have information in relation to the corruption at the University of Oratile, but I'm not so sure whether this is something that I can just end without reading the names, unless I'm forced to by the council, by this house. I will do that, but I do have.
Look, I can check with you. Is there anything that prevents you from listing the names?
You see, Council,
or is it possible for you to submit the list?
I think it's best to submit it. It's better when when we submit it rather than really trying to create drama like some are doing. I don't think it's necessary to be mentioning people's name like this.
Okay. Honorable Skosana.
Yeah, I think, Chair, as he said, the General said that there's between 6 and almost 10 members. And on the submission here, we have 4. There's names, there's 4 here. On page 176 and 177. The names are already there. I'm not going to say much. I think tomorrow we will get to it. But explosive, I must say. Thank you.
No. You know, honorable members, you remember in one of our proceedings, we said that when we speak, we must not inject fear in each other. No, Honorable Skosan, you know, when you say no tomorrow, but explosive, I don't think that that is the right way to use. Yeah. Okay, Honorable Nwala.
No, Chair, I was going to do a follow-up on the proposal I made. I think in the index core bundle, there is the names, as Honorable Skosana is saying, in page 177. Therefore, of course, with some Sergeant Mukwena who received a polo neck and a coat. Thank you, Chair.
But why do you have to do that, Honorable Nwala? Senior counsel, when we broke earlier, I said we should come back at 8. And so we came back at 20:10. So now it's 22 hours. We are going to break at 10 minutes after 22 hours. So you have 10 minutes now to do that which was left, and then we will break and come back. We are not breaking now, Skosana. The senior counsel is finishing the 10 minutes of the time allocated to him.
Can I finish up, Honorable Chair?
I don't know. When you say you finish up, you mean you can run to the end, or you?
I can run to the end without having to take
without having to break.
It's not.
Oh, okay.
General Sibiya, is there factions, or are there factions, or is there factionalism in the police, in SEPS?
That's a most difficult question. But looking at how things are at this point in time, looking at how things are at this point in time. I'm sure the whole country has watched how the National Commissioner, together with General Khumalo and General Mkhwanazi, have been carrying on. You can see that General Masemola, basically, General Khumalo and other team members were arrested by IDEC. I didn't know the reason why they were arrested. I was not even part of the whole thing. But I know that that angered General Mkhwanazi and General Masemola to an extent that they reacted to this arrest. And unfortunately, the newspaper article came. Unfortunately, the newspaper article then suggested that the National Commissioner will be arrested next week. And as a result, the next thing what happened, for the whole week, he was not actually that much active because we could not see him. We were the one attending the meetings. And I heard General Mkhwanazi last week here in this committee saying the National Commissioner was at the doorstep of being arrested. And that's why they did what they did. So which confirmed the fact that that was a preemptive strike. But what I want to say is that is there a faction? It is for this committee to decide. But what I want to put on the table then is that let's take for an example. There is these members of crime intelligence who were arrested. The National Commissioner appoints General Patekile in the Western Cape to conduct an investigation. Then I get suspended. The National Commissioner appoints Patekile to investigate. I get suspended on issues related to issues that affect General Khumalo. He appoints the same General Patekile to investigate. The National Commissioner, there is an investigation that is being conducted apparently where from the Public Service Commission, they're investigating the appointment of Major General Sebola, who is in the office of the National Commissioner. The National Commissioner still appoint, I'm told, is same General Sebola, who clears this investigation of General Sebola, saying that the National Commissioner can appoint whoever he wants to appoint and that they must condone. I don't have that report, I'm not sure. The National Commissioner, after Khumalos were arrested, he clears them within 2 weeks, their investigation is clear. There is an investigation that is running by IPIT that involves one of the lieutenant generals, the Deputy National Commissioner at IPIT. I'm also told that this investigation, the internal investigation, has quickly been completed and cleared. I know IPIT is still running, but internally they are cleared. In my case, I was not under investigation by any institution, and other than the investigation that they themselves, like your Khumalo and General Mkhwanazi, and they are running after me about. So I'm just saying, looking at the unfair way in which this whole thing is being handled, one can actually come to a conclusion that there are those that are very close to the heart of the National Commissioner, and there are those that he wants to see out of the police. I know where I'm sitting, what I'm now, as we speak, I'm facing 4 parallel processes. 4. At this point in time, I'm supposed to focus on the Madlanga and the ad hoc. And as I'm trying to focus on these 2, I'm expected to watch the proceedings and record so that I can also go and put a report together so that I can also represent myself there. Then I was then suspended and charged departmentally. Now I must go then to the other labor lawyers to deal with this thing when I'm dealing with these ones that are assisting with Madlanga. Then as I'm still looking at that, then I get criminally chased on again. So now I must now look for the lawyer for the criminal, because each and every environment that has got its own expertise. Now I'm facing with 4 processes. I haven't been sleeping. I have to, during the day, attend to the unions. I have to attend to that lawyers. I have to, at night, I must listen to what, who said what about me. So it hasn't been an easy process. Now, before I left, before the National Commissioner suspended me, after the arrest of General Khumalo, he calls me. He makes me to sign the approval for the finance support for General Khumalo and the team that was arrested. In my case, we are applied. To date, we haven't had anything. And you do get lawyers who says, no, I can't spend so much time and I have nothing, I'm not being paid. Tomorrow they ask you a question, but who's financing your legal battles? And they are not approving it as well. What must I do? And it was clear that you go to the ad hoc, you go to the Madlanga or criminal, you are entitled to be covered, but I'm not. So I'm just saying, these are the things that makes me believe that all animals are equal, but others are more equal than others.
What is this? Does this manifest a differences with you, a dislike of you, or even victimization? Or does this manifest that there are factions within SEPs?
All of those.
All of those?
Yes. I feel that in my case, remember I came back as a result of the court order, the labor court that says go back to your work. And many heard General Mkhwanazi saying, I don't know why this man came back. I don't know why the organization allowed him back. I don't know why your colleague would say that, because I joined the police at a very young age when I was 20 years old. Today I'm 57 years old. I've been working very hard for this organization, and he knows that how we were released is because of my involvement in the investigation of Richard Mudlu. I'm the one who arrested Richard Mudlu, not him. I worked with Minister Begit Kele, former Minister Begit Kele. I reported to him at that time, and General Dramat and Petros. And then General Mkhwanazi was just there for a few months and then also removed, and then Minister Riapiaga. I am the one who was involved there. Now, when we were released or removed, all of us, because of the rendition matter, where I was not involved, that's why the court said, this can't be, because this man you can see was not there. The same applies to this thing of this disbandment. I cannot for the life of me, where I'm sitting, imagine that an instruction, a lawful instruction comes from the minister to the national commissioner, from the national commissioner to me. And a deputy national commissioner must lose his job because of that. And then they bring other stories to muddy the whole thing and say, no, it's because of the cartels. We didn't know what we now know. They are not connected, this thing. Just tell me what was my role in those cartels that you're talking about. Where I'm sitting, I have a document that was produced by Crime Intelligence. When the minister said, I want to know who's supplying firearms. Where do these firearms coming from? Why are we not able to arrest these people that are supplying the firearms? And who's supplying drugs? Where do they manufacture drugs? Do we know who are the kingpins? Do we know where the clandestine laboratories are? Why are you not arresting them? The presentation was presented by Crime Intelligence. We have those presentations. The Big Five that is being spoken about is not there. And if it is indeed true, it is there, it exists, why are they not being arrested? for drugs or for whatever reason it may be. But personally, I'm not involved in the big five. I don't know the big five. So I'm just saying, you ask a simple question, are there cartels or are there factionalism in the South African Police Service? I'm tempted to say yes, but I think it's better left to this committee to look at what is happening after our presentation and decide on that thing.
Well, you said at paragraph 110 of your statement on page 34, I do not believe that SAPS is playing factionalism.
Why did I say, which one, which paragraph?
At paragraph 110 on page 34.
That's exactly what I said.
That's what you said.
Yes, I said I do not believe that SAPS is plagued with factionalism. However, I will make oral submission when I appear in front of the committee on some observations.
Yeah, so you've spoken about...
Those observations are the ones that I was talking about now.
Yes.
Yes.
Kumalo, and then you related, it's all in paragraphs from 108 through to paragraph 115. You describe your relationship with Lieutenant General Kwanazi, with Kumalo, and then with the National Commissioner.
Logically speaking, Chair, if you are the accounting officer of an organization and a senior member is charged in terms of the MFMA or PFMA, you are expected to act, and especially if it involves finances, you are expected to act. There's no way that a person is criminally charged by a department such as IDEC, and you don't act. You just keep the person, you even bring the person to work in your office. You defying logic there. There's no way that a person who's been charged by the criminal court of law, charged for corruption or for whatever they've been charged for, you can't keep the person. You must say to the person, now that you've been charged, we suggest that maybe perhaps you should go stay at home and then clear your name and then come back. Not to quickly, within 2 weeks, even conduct an investigation that clears them and then they continue to run as normal as possible, yet they are facing criminal cases. In my case, everybody, you are making it clear to the whole world that you are pushing me out. You want to see me out. And you are even embarrassing me. You send him, I'm the Deputy National Commissioner, you send in the special task force, junior members that I've been working with to come and harass me at my house. It's not fair. Let me not say too much, Chair.
Yeah, sometimes you shouldn't. And I just ask you lastly, do you know any of the deputy ministers?
Yes, I know them.
Both?
Both of them.
Deputy Minister Matale and Dr. Boshelo?
Yes.
You probably know Deputy Minister, but Matale better because he was the deputy also to former Minister Cele.
Yes, but I know them equally the same because it's not like I meet them every day.
What is your relationship with them?
No relationship whatsoever. It's a professional relationship. They are the deputy ministers of the organization.
Have you ever exchanged WhatsApps with either of them?
I have exchanged many WhatsApp messages with all of them. And but that what was spoken about the last time that involved I forgot the name. Please remind me if you have it because I know where you are going, Council. Let me put it this way. That is not my language to call someone a Keida Makubela or something like that. Can we read it? But that message, unless it's a message that was sent to me by somebody and I forward to the either Inspector General or to Deputy Minister Matal, I don't remember, I don't know. But I'm not the author of that WhatsApp message because that's not my language.
Do you want me to read it to you?
Please.
Good afternoon, DM. Is that for Deputy Minister or for
Yes.
Deputy Minister Matali?
Yes. Deputy Minister.
Which one?
DM is Deputy Minister.
So it could be either Matali or Boshielo.
Yes.
Please note the following.
Please?
No, I'm reading, I'm back quoting you the WhatsApp. It says, please note the following. One, a source has indicated that CI, that's Crime Intelligence, has procured new spyware equipment to the value of 13 million rands over the past weekend. The equipment was sourced from China and did not follow the normal processes, e.g., minister needs to sign for anything more than 10 million. Then my suggestions that we should commit the National Commissioner to this. He needs to come out and say whether he knows about it or not. If not, he must investigate. If yes, why is the minister not informed? Then it goes on. Then it goes on to say, therefore, only a handful of individuals are privy to the details of the procurement and its usage. They include the current DivCom, the Secret Service account head, the supply chain head, and a tech specialist. It is believed that the usage of said equipment will be for political purposes, targeting ANC leadership. DM comments. DM should take note of the above and exercise vigilance with any type of electronic communication such as cell phones, emails, etc. Then it's cut off. What's it? No. Comrade Matabula has also been briefed. Please try to check. I'm not sure what is going on.
Now, I don't even know who's Comrade Matabula. And I don't talk the language of Comrade Matabula or what, or the ANC. I'm not involved in politics. So this one, be rest assured, the chair and the House, I don't take responsibility for this message, and I actually deny it with the contempt it deserves. I at all, I don't associate myself in that type of writing, and I don't accept it at all. Total.
So now that has your electronic equipment been seized, you handed it over? It's been seized.
It was seized now, and then they're still waiting for this one that I'm having now, but I must still go and hand over.
You're still sitting.
Can we get closer to the microphone, Senior Counsel?
You're still sitting with your cell phone?
Yes.
So you must still hand that over.
They're waiting for it. As soon as I land, they want it.
Okay. So you're pretty confident that this WhatsApp is not going to be downloaded?
They won't download it, not in me. But remember, this is crime intelligence. Anything is possible. But it's not my language, Chair. I'm not a comrade, and I don't know who Comrade Matabula is. And I've never circulated anything that speaks about to do this for that for the ANC. Just when you begin to talk about the comrade, and I spoke to Comrade so-and-so, and no, take me out of there. So I'm saying I reject it. Even if they can show it to me, I'll reject it.
Thank you, General Sibiya. Thank you for your patience and your cooperation and your stamina.
No, the last thing that I wanted to just confirm, Chair, may I say that I worked well with the National Commissioner. And when you look at my performance contract, and I wish we can go to my performance contract, which page? The National Commissioner assessed me, and has been assessing me 301. The National Commissioner has been assessing me very well. He said I'm competent. Yes. Now, when you go to 302, you can see that I gave myself the self-rating of competent, and the supervisor also rated me competent, and the agreed rating is competent, all of them. And then you can see the date is 2025-04-04. And I was also informed by the office that manages the performance of the detectives, that says to me, in terms of the performance index of the detectives, it has improved since I joined. In April 2023, it was the rate was at 44.41, and the grading was at 2, and the rating was D, and that is that of the at head office. Now, when you look at as it goes down, it improves from the first one, April 2023, and you can see January 2024, it was at 63, and then at annual, it is 53.84. You turn the page, you will see that in April 2024, it's at 65. In May, 65.95. When you go to semester one, quarter two, semester one, it was at 71%. In October 2024, it was at 74%. On the 10th month, my performance, the performance index of the detectives is at 74.02. And that was also even confirmed by General Rabi in a meeting that the detectives seem to be doing very well, and the performance has never been where it is now for many years. Now, I'm just saying the relationship between myself and the National Commissioner, even when you look at from between January to the 4th of July, we were working well with the National Commissioner. I've been with him, going with him to places. He's been sending me in all important meetings. I've been chairing the all important meetings, including the Board of Commissioners. I have been acting also as the National Commissioner. To me, to hear that the National Commissioner has always been believing that I am involved with the drug cartels, that is beyond me. So I'm just saying, I do know that I've been at some point called by the media houses, sometimes media people who says they want answers from me, and then I said, okay, what is in connection with? They say, can we meet? And then I meet, and I listen to them. They say, do you know that they say you are about to be arrested? And say, arrested, but what for? They say you are involved in cash in transit and in drugs. I'm every day with the National Commissioner or with the minister. I'm all over throughout the country. I don't have time to go to meet some drug lords somewhere and start engaging in the operations such as those. So I'm just saying that I don't commit crime. I'm not involved in crime. It is unfortunate that at this point in time, I'm faced with the situation that I'm faced with. My request to this committee, Chair, is that I'm still to participate at Madlanga. I'm facing the disciplinary process. I'm facing the criminal case. And my raid was made public. And then even when I was suspended and I was instructed to return the firearms and the appointment certificate and all that, and then it was also leaked that says, no, we took things such as firearms and this and that. That puts the life of my family in danger. So this is the position where I find myself. I had to prepare coming here, and I don't have my devices, my laptop, I don't have my access to the documents. I had to make sure that I prepare for this. To me, I want the chair to take note that I fought hard, I worked hard to try and be able to present here, but it is difficult for me. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity to present, and honorable members, I really appreciate the opportunity. just waiting for tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you so much. Honorable members, this is how we are going to proceed. Can I take the hand of Honorable Skosana?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted clarity, Chair, not a question once again. The evidence leader asked the witness about the message on WhatsApp. So I'm not sure whether I heard very well that he said perhaps is the one which he forwarded because he's talking about the CADA or whatever. And I want for him to put it on record in terms of clarity. Does he own up to the WhatsApp message or that WhatsApp message alleged between himself and the deputy minister is not his WhatsApp? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, it's just for him to re-emphasize because I think he has said it in a chapter and a verse. That is what he wants you to repeat what you said, General, but I think I heard you properly when you said, even if it's brought to me, I will reject it. It's not my message.
General, I almost said General. You will be a General, Shah. I must say that is not my writing style. I don't call people comrade. And I don't know who Comrade Okeda Matibula is. That message, whoever has got it must own it. It's not my message.
Okay. Thank you so much. Honorable members, please listen properly now. We are going to break for 10 minutes. And then when we come back, we will adjourn the meeting. No, it's just on a lighter note, honorable members. I want to bring the following to your attention. There are two honorable members, Honorable Breitenbach and Honorable Nomvalo, who came to me to request to be released for sure. The honorable members sitting next to Nomvalo could have noticed that he was struggling very badly. So we had to release him to get attention. And then Honorable Breitenbach had a commitment, which it's a prior arrangement. So I should think the members may be able to rejoin us tomorrow. Earlier in the morning, we read a list of members who were going to arrive late due to the challenges of flights. And in that list, we had not included the names of Honorable James and Honorable Sangoni. So we have to put it on record that the members have informed the table that there were 4 names that were read in the morning. So for the purpose of proper recording, it must be 6 names. Honorable Sangoni, Honorable James, Honorable Matthews, Honorable Skosana, Honorable Nomvalo, and Honorable Mwango. Those were the names that should be recorded. And the last apology, or the last 2, were for Honorable Malema and Honorable Ngola. And the rest of you arrived on time when the meeting started. So tomorrow, we are starting at 10 o'clock. And then I want to take this opportunity and thank General Sibiya. It has been a long day. And I very carefully listened to the last part that you made. We want to thank you for your endurance. And we will meet again tomorrow. Do not take home that statement that says it will be explosive. We are going to be cordial. like we, yeah, like we have been today. Senior Counsel, I want to thank you. Thank you so much. Thank the honorable members for their commitment, the staff of Parliament, and the leadership of Dr. Tuli. I want to thank you so much, the members of the media who have been with us here the whole day today. I also want to profusely thank you. The meeting, I mean, the proceedings of today have unfortunately come to an end. Thank you so much.
Good night, Chair.
Ian?
I need some of my files. Yeah, they're gonna